So, welcome to the continuation of our run through Paper Mario the Origami King. On a previous segment, when we left off, we had just completed the second major chapter of the game after unraveling the blue streamer and unlocking our way to the valley where we were suddenly blocked and had lost Olivia to the boulder or collapse or whatever it was that happened outside a train tunnel. So we pretty much saved directly after that and are about to resume by heading back to Toad Town to catch a boat. And let's get right into it. So it's just myself and Bobby at the moment, although we also have a full restoration of the Shogun Studios theme park. And as holders of the royalty pass, we can come and go as we please. But in the meantime, while there will be plenty of incentive to come back here to inspect the park once again later on, just for the sake of completionism, for the time being, I think we're just going to warp back to town and try to continue the quest. And ESB Chicken, thank you for dropping off here right from the start. It's perfectly fine if you choose to just lurk in the channel, and I hope the Borderlands stream that you attended earlier went well. So in the meantime, we're just going to take the warp pipe that takes us back to the Toad Town Museum. We haven't really checked in here for a while and unlocked the latest galleries. Looks like this cheap sheet wasn't here previously. That looks new. Oh, I'm sorry. You must be thinking of our White Rabbits in Snowfall collection. This is just a frame. Ah, fishing trophies. Interesting. Okay. Well, we haven't caught very large fish. Monster fish, okay. Well, this is pretty much the best we will do for now, I think. 24 centimeters from Overlook Mountain. That was just from our first day of fishing attempts. Nothing here on this side yet. Oh, actually, you got banned. You got banned from the stream, or you got banned from something else? Well, Borderlands is a bit of a Wild West sometimes, so who knows? Well, hopefully you had an enjoyable experience while it lasted. Alright, Big M, should we head straight to the port? No, we shouldn't. What we're going to do is what I've been doing at the start of these streams, which is a bit of a warm-up puzzle run, just to get our head back into the ring battles. He was annoyed at a boss. Oh, okay, so which boss was that? Keeping in mind that I only know Borderlands 2 and pre-sequel, I don't know any of the other games. Want to do some ring training? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so level 2 has actually unlocked in the ringer. If we want to try to post a good time on the 10 available challenges, I might do that, but let's solve a couple of lineups here first. See if we can get on the scoreboard. So this is just going to be a bit of a warm-up. Just to get my fingers clicking again. And just to visualize the battles under a fairly tight time limit. Okay, fairly brisk. That's pretty much usually how these happen. Is... Okay, you got 2 moves. Right. That was actually fairly simple. I took way too long on that one. Oh, Terramorphous Raid Boss. Yeah, I never did that endgame content in Borderlands 2. I know which boss you're talking about, though. I just never fought that myself. 2 moves. Okay. Looks like we should do a bit of a rotation to the outer ring so we get them both on the outer ring, and then rotate them in. Once again, too slow. I saw the solution, but I've already burnt half my time, and I'm only on number 5. So, that is really not great. This one's... oh, shoot, no. 2 spaces. There we go. Much better. And let's see... do here. That one's pretty straightforward, I think. And puzzle number 7. But we are going to get on the scoreboard. This one is actually really simple. Sometimes it's a little bit of RNG here in terms of just drawing puzzles that are easy to visualize. Like this one's really easy. Sometimes you just see them right away. Oops. There's a bit of an execution barrier when I just misclick, of course. Yeah, have a good night. Feel free to lurk for as long as you want. Okay, so this is... center ring gets to move. Let's... oh. Okay, no, I'm totally wrong here. I needed to probably do a lateral shift on this somehow first, and then do a spin through the middle of that. Okay, so we're going to fail at that one, but we are going to match my current record of 8 rings. And that's going to be first place, even though it is a bit of a tie. But we'll do this one once more, and then we'll try the new level 2 challenge of the Ringer. Now, in terms of pacing, every time we sat down with this game so far, it's been surprisingly huge. The chapter's kind of breaking down into these 6-hour segments almost, where it's about 2 to 3 hours up to the Velemental power that you unlock, and yet still quite some time after that to actually unravel the streamer and clear the chapter boss. That's about 2 to 3 hours each, so today we may only go up to the yellow Velemental, if the pacing is anything similar to what we have seen already. And I'll probably stop there. Doing the full chapter in one go is perhaps an impractically long sit. Yeah, a lot of wasted clicks in there sometimes. As I swap back between the ring move and the axial move. But, you know, we get better at this with practice. And of course, until we just visualize the ones that are a little bit more difficult in terms of catching us off guard. But yeah, just going to get through as many as I can stomach. 2 moves. That's just going to be an outer ring. And sometimes the ones that I do get stuck on are actually easy, but it's very easy to develop some very serious tunnel vision. Okay, that should be a tie for the current record. Let's see how difficult number 9 turns out to be. We have only 2 moves here. And once again, I think we just split this over the outer ring and get them in position. And that's going to be a new record as we get to number 10. Looks like there is going to be some initial move that I want first. Yeah. There we go. It's going to be a new record for sure. This is actually fairly simple. Something that is puzzle 11. We're just getting some very lucky draws in some ways. In that we have some pretty familiar and simple two-step layouts that are not giving me too much grief. Either that, or we really are just getting a lot better at this with practice. Okay. Center ring. Yeah, center ring, and then... yeah, no, I got it, actually. We were just too slow on it. I did find the correct sequence of moves, but ran out the clock. So that's going to be a new record of 12 with stuff to the scoreboard for a bit. That's fairly satisfying. Let's take a look at Ringer at level 2 and see what that's all about. Okay, once again, you can take as long as you want, but the high score is based on how long you take to clear all 10. Doesn't seem like anything particularly new so far compared to level 1, but it may just be because we have seen a number of these layouts in the Speed Rings mode already. And so in the meantime, we'll just try to post a good time and not get too stuck on anything. Good practice for eventually seeing some of these puzzles in the speed mode as well. Yeah, this one is quite similar to one that we had just seen in the speed mode. This one should allow me 3 moves, I think. There we go. Fairly simple. Once again, just going to move these out of the way. Whoops. So the outer ring does not interfere with that movement. Once the screen gets quite a bit busier, and these get more challenging to visualize, but in the meantime, still doing fairly well. If we get 3 moves, that's going to be trivial. And yeah, just 2 more to go. We'll see how sticky these ones could possibly be. Okay, so this is similar to what we were having trouble with just a little bit earlier. If we eventually have that layout, then we have the outer rings to deal with. So seems almost like we should be going for something like that. Only 2 ring moves though. Okay, so the configurations are actually quite similar in some ways. But this one... Yeah, ultimately if we decided, for instance, to have a swing like that, then we would have a very similar issue with how to wrap that other side back around. Another thing too is we could wrap these guys and find a way to interlace the other 2. This is actually a bit of a roadblock, but we'll run up the clock here and think about this properly, because we will eventually have to acclimatize to this layout anyhow. Just kind of play with this toy in the meantime. Yeah, because it looks like definitely that we will ultimately want that as the last move, but only once we have found some way to manipulate precisely the toad that we want up to top level. Like that. That should not have been that hard, actually. It just took a moment to visualize properly. So yeah, it's going to be a terrible time pretty much entirely on account of that one puzzle. This one is surprisingly easy to perceive. Slot that in place. So yeah, got a bit stuck on number 9. But we could retry this and hope that everything is easier to visualize this time. So let's just give one more go to number 2, just to see if we can improve that time meaningfully. Now I think when you just do the standard ringer puzzles, it's not as randomized. I think it's maybe not an identical set of puzzles, but it certainly seems similar in terms of the selection and difficulty progression. It may very well be identical. I haven't actually looked at this carefully, even with level 1 having only put in a small and meager handful of attempts. Okay. Doing fine so far. If it is pretty much an identical set of puzzles, then really getting over number 9 was the main thing that we were worried about. Like, the puzzles are all familiar, it's more trying to remember whether the order was roughly the same. If it is, then this is basically an execution challenge. Once you've seen the solutions once, pretty much know exactly how it's going to go, and it's just a matter of hooking the dials fairly quickly. So, which is why I don't find this quite as interesting as the Speed's survival mode, where there is an element of randomization and improvisation, and you really have to adapt to the puzzles on the fly. Here, though, it is pretty much a straight execution check. Will give us another opportunity to try to visualize this one properly. And yeah, there we go. That one is hard to see in some ways. Don't really have the hang of it yet. But slot this all in, we get a record that's under 60, so that's actually an improvement even on the score that we got on level 1. And yeah, so that'll be a decent warm-up. Haven't done the boss timing checks yet. So that's something that can come later as we progress a bit further in the game. In the meantime, let's pop that save block. It's our first time back in Toad Town in a while, so we'll do the usual running around and checking the shops, as well as the state of the town, and also chasing down my hunch for how to get rid of that paper macho. The Goomba that is on top of this building. This might have been something available right from the start of the game, and if it is, I think I was just missing one very specific action. And I'm not. I was thinking that it might be invisible blocks that could be triggered by the hammer, but now that I look at this once more, that's clearly not the case. Yeah, never mind that. Guessing that is blocked off until somewhat later in the game, when the appropriate reversal power or companion should choose to unlock. Okay, in the meantime, let's see what's going on with the shops and other places. I don't remember what this was. I think this was just a house decorated with nice origami. And what's going on here? Accessory shop. Okay, we've pretty much bought every available accessory on the field as it has come up. But this is new. Silver Time Plus and Ally Tambourine. Well, we might as well do a full collection, spend down the budget a little bit. Given how quickly cash comes in this game. And yeah, we'll just stash everything. Of course, the most expensive coin dumps outside of the quest itself have just been some of the major collectible trophies so far. The quest itself has imposed a 10k dump in the first chapter and a 9k dump for that luxury ticket. I don't remember what it was called. The VIP ticket, I guess. Royalty Pass, yes, for the Shogun Studios theme park. Yeah, we'll switch this over. I don't know if it actually has a negative impact on score. Here we're limited to 2 items, and so I think I'm going to keep shop discounts. Although we can always just switch back to the shop discounts when we want to shop. So there's no particular reason why we need to keep that on permanently. Nevertheless, let's scroll around, see what else is available before we proceed. And then we'll head over to that boat that we had unlocked not long ago. First time we've seen huge bundles of mushrooms as well as POW blocks purchasable. As you can see, these are kind of unlocking roughly 5 at a time. 6 mushrooms in a pack, the most frugal fungi available. For fungi, I actually did know a mycologist well versed in Latin who actually did pronounce it fungi. I was kind of inclined to trust him on the matter. So we just have 1 POW block and a couple of iron boots here and there. The shiny boots, although they are starting to break up a bit. Let's grab some POW blocks just to build up a bit of an emergency stash. No need to be extremely frugal in a game like this, and it has been fairly generous about the incoming gold so far. This guy's still window shopping. This guy just hanging around the lamppost. I don't remember him. Decide, Love Toad at your service, my lord. I am able to feel all of the love lost in this world. Ah, okay, it's the hearts guy. There is no love lost. Ah, but let not your guard slip. We are but in the eye of the love tempest. So I guess this would be the guy who tells you about art upgrades that you might have missed out on, and so far at 105 HP, we seem fairly solid on that score. Okay, let's head down to the boat. Something, of course, is going on with the memory of our friend Bobby. It has recovered. He remembers who he is, and yet we have found out nothing. So we'll see if any of that actually comes into play. In the meantime, we'll get on the dock. Back and just in time. So, shall we set a motor for the Great Sea? Sounds right to me. Beep beep. And here's the Great Sea. Now, there seem to be an awful lot of Nintendo seas that are just referred to as the Great Sea. The most important one, of course, being one in the Wind Waker. But you know, what else do you call it? We have a pink streamer here, so I might be wrong in assuming that yellow streamer was the thing we were looking for next. But it'll be found on a luxury ship, the Princess Peach. So we'll look for that. If we sail straight from here, we should spot a huge ship. That'll be the Princess Peach, but in the meantime, I'm going to sail around and just explore if I can. Lots of origami chiefs everywhere. What we don't have is any kind of map. Oh wow, this is actually fairly open. But yeah, just going to hug the lower coast and sweep this map. There are limits to that, of course. It's going to be heavily hinted that we need to board the Princess Peach. But why would I obey that when adventure is in store? It's a dock? Can I dock? No time to island hop? Oh, okay. Guess we'll have the island hop later on. Yeah, lots of origami chiefs everywhere infesting the sea. We'll leave it to your imagination to discern how King Ollie decided to go about coming here and folding each of the chiefs individually. I guess he gets his minions to do that. And how do you even fold a fish? Okay. He dropped it anyway. A sack of coins that will keep an eye out for accordingly. And in the meantime, let's just go sailing. Looks like we're going to hit the screen boundary here once again. Yeah, very open layout. You see an archipelago up ahead. Maybe something worth scanning later. Yeah, in the meantime, the pink streamer is just going to dangle here in the way, and I guess eventually there might be some kind of undersea adventure that takes us there. Could very well be that we end up unraveling pink before yellow, as I was led to expect. There's an island in the sea where you can battle giants. Find the reef below here and head left. He doesn't seem terribly sure about that instruction. And in the meantime, we'll just... Oh, look at this. This whale, it's practically the windfish. This will no doubt be important at some point when we actually have some kind of mechanism for interacting with the whale. And okay, that's the cruise ship over there. There was something ominous and shadowy behind it. And what's going on over here? And the archipelago is just going to be what it is, at least for now. So yeah, not much else to do for the time being while the sea is veiled. We can, of course, fight some cheaps, just to see if we unlock any new enemy variants or types, but for now the cheaps just look cheap. How many moves we get? 3. Looks like that kind of lineup is what will get us everything in jumping position. Should be fairly simple. Yeah, nothing too involved here. Okay, nothing too special yet. Just a somewhat familiar kind of fight. I do see that there was a spike over at this island. He seems to be a different hit spike than what we had seen previously. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've read any word of advice on a twist-off cap. I'd forgotten that was a thing. That did seem to be one of the hidden pleasures of Crystal Pepsi back in the day. That's it, Big M. That's the Princess Peach. Look at that little school of fish. Back. Maybe it will be the pink streamer first. Let's see. So here's the famous cruise ship, the Princess Peach. No affiliation, of course, with Princess Cruise Lines. Secret to saving Olivia. Okay. Let's talk to this guy. I think he just offers a resumption on the Great Sea, and so looks like Bobby here has some vital information that he is not yet disclosing about how he knows all this. We have some more origami cheaps all over the place. They're just going to be fish out of water. And they get stomped pretty trivially. And in the meantime, we'll smash up whatever else we can. This place looks like a bit of a wreck, to be honest. Like it has previously been attacked. And okay, that wraps us around the back. What have we got here? Okay. Just a bit of treasure for bothering to check that spot at all. Let's not head up to the upper deck just yet. There's this Peach Main Hall. We can go in and check. Actually, no. Let's comb through the exterior first. Then we'll see what kind of confetti and budget we're working with. After we're through with all the cherry blossom dispersal. More coins, more chests. Yeah, it seems like inside is the way forward. Okay, that's going to be a fairly generous boost to our HP pool. Scaling with the game as some of the damage numbers and enemy clusters really get going. Fire Bros, okay. Well, first time seeing these guys. I wonder if they are uniquely vulnerable to ice, as you might expect. Interesting. I think we have 3 moves that allows us to just do a linear move. Like that. And I assume they're going to take some punishment, but let's just give this a bit of a try, see how much. Possibly the bomb will be of some assistance. We'll see if that actually is the case. Okay. A partial block, but that's still going to be 10 points of damage. And we'll see how the hammer is against this one guy. We should have plenty of spillover damage from the previous attack that anything would have worked. I believe we still have one more of those to deal with on the field. And we're just going to bop him on the head directly. Opening jump is going to do a little bit less than an opening hammer. And here we are. Yeah, we guess same as before, not going to one-shot them, but Bobby should be able to take care of this guy up front. Not a great block. There are definitely better block timings out there. But in the meantime, we'll just clear our way through here and then head through the main door into the interior. I might as well collect some of this confetti along the way. Some of that's going to disappear. Yeah, all fairly straightforward up to this point. Nowhere to go but in. So inside, this place is going to be a bit of a wreck as well. So yeah, he has clearly been here before on some kind of luxury cruise, but Bobby is withholding vital information even now. And so we'll just have to unravel the mystery for ourselves. And we've got hidden toads everywhere, as usual. That is quite a big and impressive wah from that toad. Got an Edvard Munch scream right there. Seems like he's quite distressed. Okay. Here's the Princess Peach. And Bobby is going to make reference to his best buds with whom he had once gone on a luxury cruise. Oh, Shy Guy's all over the place. Or Sniffits, rather. And they're going to come in 2 waves. Okay. Seems like with 2 ring moves, we just move these into a line, and should be awfully straightforward. I'm going to go Shiny Hammer on these guys just to try to maximize our throughput. And that's going to slam him. Should be able to do this in 1 shot. Okay, once again, quite straightforward. Two moves on the ring. Should be able to do it like that. I don't want to see if the standard hammer is going to give us enough. Now that it seems like we've been steadily buffed from progression through the game. So that's going to give us 22. Yeah, standard hammer is not going to be enough. Never mind. That's okay. Let's do a bit of crowd control regardless. Get rid of these guys. So 22 damage is not enough to get past the Sniffit HP pool. I think it's quite possible that they're on 25 or so. That guy's just going to panic from the lack of his partner. That ring moves too. Okay. Looks like we just flip these around. Pretty straightforward once again. And yeah, we'll just boot these guys. Now, if my calculations are correct, one Sniffit is going to remain alive on the board, because Bobby does have a fairly limited attack range to anybody who is immediately adjacent to him on the inner ring. So he's not going to be able to hit the remaining Sniffit. Or is he? Okay, no, he's going to do fine. I don't know why he misses sometimes then. It may just be that certain enemies are out of reach for his abilities. Same dialogue if we just check it once again. Not quite. Okay. Well, it is always worth it to double tap a bit. VIP stateroom is ultimately what we want. We have been out on the deck already. So we have the bow, the lounge, main hall, and the lift. I'd be really surprised if the lift were actually active and usable. And indeed, there's going to be a little bit of suspense on the matter. Didn't think it would work. Let's reactivate some power. In the meantime, the map does indicate a number of ladders that are traversable. And yeah, let's move forward. And here's the Peachy Keen Lounge. We see a toad disguised as a bottle in the corner behind the bar. But in the meantime, this place is a bit of a wreck. Let's whack the bartender first. Seems to be a fairly good idea. Something that pounded on the main window, something big. It was so scary. I would assume we are in for some sea monsters. But you never really know. Okay, it looks like another ambush. And they're just going to get to jump on us. Did manage to get the hammer down. Pretty simple. Let's go shiny boots on either side. Should give us enough damage to work with. Okay, 23 is enough. 22 previously was not. Should be at 23 is the HP pool we're working with. Shiny boots broke. We'll just make sure we get that replaced. Ring moves 3. That's going to be a line. That's going to... Well, I mean... Okay, let's just move that in this way. Move these guys in this way. And form one line. Maybe not the optimal solution, but... Let's just take a hammer to them and see what happens. Now these guys over here. Sure, let's just try to set them afire. Just going to try to one-shot this rather greedily. Oh, how did we miss that shot, huh? Oh, that guy's going to be panicking a little bit and calling in more reinforcements. Reinforcements! Okay. Looks like there's going to be quite a lot that goes on here with the outer ring. This is honestly just a little bit chaotic. And how shall we do this? Ring moves like that. Yeah, no, that's disastrous. It's not going to work at all. Okay, why don't we just clear off the center stack then? And the rest we can try to salvage what we can from this position. Bit of a complete mess. But once again, we'll just try to boots these guys to prevent any additional sniffet reinforcements. And that's with no bonus. I believe the first jump is actually just going to miss. So yeah. Kind of a disaster, this one. Given that we no longer have a linear sequence to work with. Oh no, you can in fact bounce forward. I don't know what the range is on jumping down a line then. But let's just drop the finisher. Also, it seems that we have lost game sounds, so don't know how long that's been the case, but let's just fix this up fairly quickly. As occasionally happens, so give me one moment. Might have blinked out on us for quite some time, actually, but sometimes these things take time to notice. Okay, should be back in order. Hopefully that had not blinked out for too long. And yeah, going to have a full refresh and a confetti, as well as a bonus on the available hearts. We'll see if I just need to traverse over there from over the bar. I think that's likely to be the case. Know if an edge jump is going to do the trick. Probably not. Looks like it is just slightly out of reach, and so we might just have to pound that off the shelf. Or jump up some other way. Up here, perhaps? Off the lamp, perhaps. Okay. I don't know if that is reachable then, given what we are working with currently. Because it seems like reversing those gaps is a power we don't really have yet. Which I would know about by now if we did. That's just something to keep in mind if we come back here at some point to get another big HP refresh. Although I think there is no real way forward except back out. So why don't we just do that for now? And oh, we gotta patch this up. And also just restore power generally. But let's see what we haven't worked with. Yeah, I might have to work our way back around the exterior, or at least look for an access way to the engine room, which looks like it is going to be down a hidden set of stairs. Let's pop back out and see if we can find where that's going to happen. That's some kind of descent to the lower deck. May be in order. As we... oh, there's a door on the other side to the left of there. That's something that could be potentially worth checking. Quite possibly we just missed something important in the dining hall, but... meantime, we'll just check what we can. Probably did miss some kind of spatial reasoning that was necessary from the map itself. Let's see how we're doing here. Got a bookshelf, got a bar. Don't know the bartender is going to be of any additional help whatsoever. And pounded on the main window, this window over here. Looks like we do need to get up to that upper part and hammer the window, so... ah, okay. That was fairly simple, actually. Just didn't know that you could have a crushing environmental interaction like that. That's a bit of a clue. The fact that we have a full HP refresh is also a bit of an ominous clue. Like we are about to get into some kind of huge brawl with some sea monster that's been tapping about. We can check the bow of the ship. At this point, though, I do want to see if we can get some unauthorized entry. And indeed we can. Flashy hammer, that reminds me. Let's restore some boots. And yeah, that's going to take you down to the engine room. Maybe we should check the bow first. Since that does look to be the way forward to the engine. And that's going to be a bit of a wreck on the deck. And a story sequence. How much do you know about his bombs? Okay, so that's why bombs go on luxury cruises. While they can. So yeah, I guess he and his allies were involved in some kind of bombing run. We'll see if that actually bears out to be the case. In the meantime, let's proceed. Oh, didn't get a chance to do a first strike against that guy, but it's alright. Now, I was thinking this would be fairly simple, but we do need the central dial to cooperate with us a little bit here. And that's going to be fine. Pretty cooperative after all. Let's go shiny boots on these guys. And hammer these guys. And that will be quite straightforward. Not a lot of incoming cash for something that trivial, but we'll check everything we can in the meantime. Engine room is going to be on the lower deck, but let's see about where the upper deck will take us. It's going to take us quite close to the VIP stateroom, but without power restored. I assume that that's not actually going to do much for us just yet. Oh, he wants to check the engine. Ah, poor fellow. Well, I mean, I can try to unfold him a bit, but he really looks like he has been knocked out cold. Green lights seem to indicate that I can still continue to traverse the ship. Now that is a very peachy wheelhouse indeed. Okay. Looks like we haven't actually fought Spike in folded form just yet. So that's going to be a bit of a new experience, but if we're allowed a budget of 2 moves, that's really quite simple to put together. Let's just see if a shiny hammer is going to give us enough to work with. 26 damage? No, not enough. They're going to take a lot of punishment. Let's just go standard hammer. That should be plenty enough, though. Okay, not perfect blocking, but a little bit of damage mitigation can go a long way. And, oh. Yeah, okay, I don't know why that detected it as a link. Sorry about that. The bot can be a little bit aggressive. But I did see your message about coming back to fix your earbuds. Yeah, sometimes the bot is just very aggressive about link detection, and I think it's probably just because you had some periods in there, or full stops, rather than spaces by mistake, so... No worries, I can totally see you. You're not blocked or anything, just maybe be a bit careful with the typing. So... Yeah, we had audio blink out for a bit earlier, game audio, so let me know if there are any issues with sound. It should be fixed now, but I did have to pause temporarily to get that repaired. But as long as you can hear some of the game sounds, we are fine. So, crew member priorities, safety, hospitality, customer satisfaction. Yeah, we're just exploring the cruise ship at the moment. All these lovely photographs reminding you of the royal patron of this vessel. This seems totally broken. Oh, that looks like a circuit breaker of some sort. And, what do we got? We got a lever. Or a lever, depending on the region. You were just fixing your earbud, and now it's even more broken. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, earbuds can be fairly flimsy just by design. I used to dream of being a ship captain, ooh, or an admiral. I bet I'd be a pretty cool admiral. Hey, you know what? What if this guy... I mean, obviously that's kind of a reference to Admiral Bobbery, who is the famous ship captain Babam in Thousand Year Door. This guy lost his memory. Who knows? Maybe he actually is the return of Admiral Bobbery. But then he says his memory has already been restored, so that's maybe unlikely to be the case. I think this is just a localization reference to the other game. And in fact, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. And in the meantime, let's check on this end. That's jammed, so I guess we have nowhere to go but down to the engine room. I'm going to step all over that toad once again. Poor fellow. And yeah, it looks like... Whoops. That was a mistake. I keep forgetting that we can, in fact, fall through the holes that we have not yet patched up, even though that is one of the first things this game teaches you right from the very start. Oh, we have a sniffet here. Let's try to get a jump on him and bust him down. Okay, what's going on with this pattern? We have 2 moves available. That's going to be move 1, and that's going to be move 2. Pretty simple. Let's go shiny boots on these guys, just to try to mitigate their presence entirely. I actually still don't have a precise idea of their HP pool. It seems like 23 damage on that first guy is maybe not an indication of 23 HP total, given that we did get a bit of an initial opening hit. So why don't we get rid of all that. Walk around here to toss some more cherry blossoms. And in the meantime, see what else we can do. Looks like down here we're going to release a heart. We don't need that yet. I'm just going to leave that for the time being. Okay, so let's take a look at this battle, see how it's going to go. Seems like spinning into the... Actually, no, let's just rotate these guys. That's actually quite a bit simpler than it looks. And the hint markers for the attack bonus go quite a long way to simplifying a layout that spawns quite like that. And a single hammer's not going to be enough to take out this stack. That's maybe a bit of a mistake. 20 damage won't be sufficient. I'm doing alright, thank you. Yeah, I think I remembered you saying that you had not played this. I don't remember if you said you owned a Switch. Let's, in the meantime, just try to get some of these stacks going. Looks like we just need to get this radial layout all sorted out. Just have to calculate a bit of distance in those respective angles, but that should be enough to work with. A single jump on the left side is not going to kill the Sniffits in one go. So the question is whether I want to conserve shiny boots. Just take a little bit of punishment. But you have a Switch, but you don't have any Mario games other than Mario Kart. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's been a while since I played Mario Kart. I do have it. The Switch is my main system these days and has been for some time. I was previously kind of mainly a PC plus Nintendo player. But most of the things I used to play on PC, like a lot of the indie games, have wound up on Switch instead, so... Borderlands, which we were talking about earlier, I did play on PC. But I do know that there is a new Switch port. I actually used my Switch Pro Controller on PC so I could play Borderlands with motion controls. Because I usually can't stand a lot of the standard dual-stick aiming scheme for first-person shooters. I'm not really a very good FPS player. So I decided to use Borderlands as a bit of a trial run for playing with motion aiming on Steam. And it was a very enjoyable experience. Like, it's probably the smoothest handling I've ever had with an FPS. Because, as I said, I really can't handle dual analog. Mouse and keyboard is fine. I played Borderlands 2 for the first time with mouse and keyboard. But playing it with motion controls is substantially more fun. That's what I found anyway. I can be a bit picky about control schemes from time to time. On 3DS, you were at professional level for Mario Kart 7. Oh, okay. That's a very tragic ending for your 3DS. What even was that thing? So terrifying. 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 So yeah, all of these guys are going to tell me about some kind of sea monster. Or at least they're implying it's a sea monster. It might be something much wackier. Let's leave that heart for the time being. I don't actually need it. Read some of the signage for the engine room. That sounds like a really good time for Mario Kart Wii. I know that Mario Kart Wii, a lot of the speed running, or a lot of the speed records ended up being done with Funky Kong on one of the motorcycles. I was never really a person to chase time trial records, so I didn't really know the Mario Kart Wii metagame, but I know that Funky on a bike was pretty much where the action was at. Mario Kart Wii, I mean, you know, as somebody playing casually, I actually did enjoy trying to do motion steering for that, although I just went back to controller steering for Mario Kart 8 because I felt like I had my fun, but it was always quite nice in Mario Kart Wii to actually get decent ranks with tilt controls and, you know, have that steering wheel show up for everybody else that you're beating in a race to. And prove that you can steer better with motion than you can with a stick. I mean, I know it's not the best way to play for something like time trials, but I enjoyed learning it. But in the meantime, let's get into this fight. You used Yoshi with a car. Okay, I see. Yeah, just given the huge difference in how the corner drifting works between the cars and the bikes once the bikes were introduced. Like, I could see that players would have a massively different comfort zone with stuff like that. 2 moves. Okay, that's fine. This is actually fairly simple. I don't know what their HP pool is. So, let's just try to maybe test that out with a hammer move first. I do have 3 attacks available. Will 22 be enough? And no, it will not. On these scuttlebugs. Okay, so let's try to take them out just to reduce their numbers. There will be some snacks that will definitely stay alive just from lack of damage output. Meantime, let's maybe... Oh, it didn't refresh the big hammer. Yeah, in the meantime, let's just go shiny boots on these guys just to try to get as much damage throughput as we can. 24 damage will be sufficient. Knock them out. 20 damage will not be sufficient to knock that guy out. Wow, they really try to bite your face off. Now, I think I only have 1 attack available. I do think that the number of action points you have scales with the number of enemies on the board. So that's something to keep in mind. I think we'll just have to shiny boots these guys once again. Rather expensive way to play, but that's how the game is scaling, and so might as well blast through it. In 8, you use Ludwig with the same car used in 7. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing as Ludwig in Mario Kart 8. I have never been very precise about the stat budget in Mario Kart 8, but that was something that I found worthwhile to learn. That's not going to be it. I think I actually just need to move these guys back, and we've got 2 moves available, so we can just move these over. Okay, so that'll be great. We get 3 attacks, which means I'll get 2 hammers on the left side and 1 boots attack on this side. So let's just clear these guys out in one go. Although only 8 enemies, I think I might be limited to 2 actions. Yeah, I am limited to 2. I actually don't know how much damage the Tanuki tail does. Let's actually try this for the first time, just to see what the damage numbers are like. Tail attack. Okay, only 20 actually. That's not going to be nearly good enough. But I think I missed the input timing for that. You shall only type in all caps for the rest of the stream. Whatever makes you happy. And here we go. I mean, you're the only one who's chatting with me right now, and in an otherwise empty chat, no one can hear you scream. It's like being in space. So yeah, I don't mind. I can read what you're saying. Seems like you really enjoy highlighting the messages instead of banking up your points. But most of the people who bank up the points do so for Mario Maker streams anyway, so that's perfectly fine. So we have the lever. We have the ability to turn it. Let's just do it. I don't know if that's going to require motion controls or anything, but let's plug it in. Oh, that lever is a perfect fit. I guess we did it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really like purple. And so we need to turn this thing, right? So let's just whack it with a hammer. To get this generator going. And that starts it up. And the lights are on. Yeah, I get it. Okay, we'll take the lift up to the second floor once we've had a chance to. Around here, I wonder if there is an opportunity to drop into the left side here, if it will let me. We might be in real trouble. I don't like the sound of that. I would much prefer to explore this space in the back properly. There is a way to get back there. Currently, I don't see a way to get back there. I don't know if this was vulnerable to confetti or any other repair or any other environmental interaction, but there is confetti back there, and so... Oh, I see. You can actually drop in on this side. Now, everything here is completable. I would assume there's no point of no return or anything. So, let's patch up everything we can. Shaky, shaky, yeah. One thing that will not come through on video is that this game uses the rumble effect on the Joy-Cons quite extensively. I actually always enjoyed the rumble effect on Mario Kart 8 as well. I thought the way the engine boost felt in the hands really showed off what the controller was capable of on the Switch. Okay, so we'll get a Toad Rescue, we'll get an HP refresh. Tap the save block because I do expect rather that a boss fight will be coming up pretty shortly. And yeah, look at this guy. This massive sea serpent looking thing that is outside the lower deck. Oh, looks like we're going to be fighting some kind of blooper boss. It's definitely going to be a blooper. I don't know if we can step on it safely. Nope, it just slows you down. Black sludge. You can't believe it's back. It's terrifying. Okay, don't really need that HP refresh just yet. I bet that is absolutely some variant of a blooper that we are about to face. And yeah, I guess we should just go back outside unless the restoration of power did anything upon the bridge. I don't know, for instance, if it gives us access to this door, which was jammed the other side. We'll just have to wrap our way back around there later. Who spilled the blackberry jelly? It's definitely just a squid, I think. Because squids do that in Nintendo games. Oh hey, it's a coffee maker. Wonderful. Ah, it's peach tea. For the captain of the ship. Very nice. Always appreciate having some peach tea available. What is this? I don't think we... Ah, yeah. We did read the crew member hospitality reminder earlier on. And I guess we'll just have to head down and continue. Okay, guess we'll be heading back to the bow of the ship where no doubt that's where the boss encounter will be. Tap the save block. Let's come in here and see if we can pick a fight, given that the place is still empty. Okay, never mind. Let's work our way back into this window where we came in. Or maybe not. Okay, this will be the way back. Oh, also looks like this passage is now clear and available. That was not previously the case. This was not unlocked the last time we came in here. So that has been unlocked and we can make our way back in. Unless, of course, the monster is in the exterior. Yeah, we're having a good time with this, I would say. I would say that the first chapter of the game was maybe a little bit too slow and ordinary. So the very first day that I was playing this was didn't feel great. I think it was an okay game. I think that in the last few segments it has gotten considerably better. I am enjoying this quite a lot now, actually. Because the ring battles have gotten more complex. The overworld content has become more distinct, particularly in the finale to Chapter 2. And so yeah, plenty of reason to have a great time indeed. And so we'll just hop our way into the lift and make our way up to the VIP stateroom. You can see the little blooper tentacle following us up on the exterior of the hull. And look at that, it's going to be like Super Mario Sunshine all over again with goop everywhere. Hurry, get inside, not before I tap the question block, I don't. Okay, we've got all blocks hit in this location. That reminds me, I forgot to load another hammer. Got fire, we got ice. Ooh, could ask for anything more. Let's try to move some of these around. Fire hammer here. Can I exchange locations? Hang on. Just have to trade them off like this, I guess. Iron boots are much more situational, which is why I have not really been using them. But let's check this door first, because it's clearly where we're not supposed to go. You never asked me for my favorite video game. I don't know if I have one favorite. There are a few that are very dear to me personally, in that they had a major impact on the way I play games. One of them being Super Mario World. Another one being Wind Waker. Also a lot of games on PC I could talk about. Like, I was very serious about StarCraft 2 for an extremely long time. Not great at it, but still quite serious. In that I was watching all of the esports events and doing everything else. And yeah, I haven't kept up with it recently, although StarCraft 2 is about to hit its 10th anniversary, and a lot of things like the Korean leagues are still going pretty strong. Okay, so this was the guy who was blocking the door on the other side. Let's just whack him. Super Mario Maker 2, of course, is the main thing I stream these days and the main thing I play, and it's probably had the biggest impact of any game for me in an extremely long time. It's been a while since a game felt that big for me, so I think we just need to do a... Let's see here. I want to get a rotation that will allow me to... yeah, no, I know how this works. We move the outer ring like that. Yeah, we saw that in the puzzle exercises earlier on, which is how I was able to recognize that. And yeah, let's just shiny boots everything. I believe that should be enough damage. We're expending that rather quickly. That's okay, we can always get more. Yeah, we've got plenty of blackberry jelly to work with. Not too concerned about that. And this should unlock the passageway that we had available earlier. So we now know why that door was jammed. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be able to wash that off in due course. This is, of course, still unavailable. Let's get into the VIP stateroom and see what's up. Okay, there it is, Big M, that yellow box. No doubt a tentacle is going to smash through the window and retrieve it, and we'll have to go save it separately. Just watch, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. In the meantime, I'll just explore the room. Looks like we have more hearts. That's just going to be a refresh. It's not going to be a permanent increase. And I think I've done everything I can with toads and patching holes. So let's just trigger the quest event. Okay, he doesn't remember the code. So we'll have to fight off the enemy while he's busy trying to pick the lock. Okay, we have a couple of the Ollie origami seals, and look at that. That's exactly what I predicted. He's going to steal that. I guess we head back over to the bow of the ship. That's where the save point is, and that's where the likeliest location is for actually engaging in a boss battle. And this is still jammed, but I thought I would check anyway. Let's go back outside. Back to the bow. Then our Bob-omb companion can continue to relive his memories. Yeah. Back this way is probably most efficient. This guy is still mining the bar. That hasn't changed. Do I ever feel like all capital letters is too aggressive? Yeah, I kind of do. But it's fine if you have some aggression to let out. That's certainly your prerogative. And okay, so let's get the box back. Okay, we have a couple of highly visible weak points, one on each of the tentacles. There it is, there's the awful Gooper Blooper that rooked me up. Ooh, what a jerk. Interesting that the flow of this game has separated a bit from the formula that was laid down in the first two worlds. It's no longer just Elemental followed by Big Boss. We now have something a little more specialized. Oh, this is actually going to be action-based. Kind of like the Paper Macho battles, rather than something that uses the ring system, so why don't we just tap each of the Ollie seals and try to blow up as much of that as we can. Okay, just a little bit out of range to actually do anything there. Got him. And that's a heart replenishment that we didn't actually need. So, looks like we have phase 2 of the Gooper Blooper. Seems like there are a lot of Gooper Blooper bosses in Paper Mario. I feel like there was one in Color Splash as well. But my memory may be playing tricks on me here. Okay, have not get slowed down too much. Pretty easy to jump out of the goop, though. And now we have the main bulk of the fight with this Mache Gooper. Oh, it looks like there's a toad indicator, like there's a toad that's been patched into his eye. Okay, that's not going to be something we can hit. Pretty easy to dodge that pattern, actually. I don't know where his next weak point is. It could be in the same spot, actually. So yeah. I think once you unseal one spot with the Mache enemies, the weak point does remain the same. So we just tap him in the eye a couple times, dodge everything we can in the meantime, and that should be fairly simple. Okay, so that's going to be a full-on attack. Big M. Looks like that toad also likes screaming in all caps. That was incredible. I knew you'd well up that thing. Looks like Lockbox survived too, okay. So does he actually remember the code? Yes, he does. He got a super important Olivia saving item. Why don't we go back and rescue Olivia so she can give us way too many hints about what to do next. And, okay, preserving customer satisfaction is rather important. So hopefully we actually get a chance to explore some of the islands on our way back. It's not a very explorable sea, but there might be some things to interact with in the meantime. We don't really need all this confetti, but why don't we just see if we can talk to anybody. Hey, Reeboks. So yeah, Reeboks, I have... Well, I mean, you finished the game, so you know how far I am. We've only done the Princess Cruises. Princess Peach cruise ship today. Given how long each of the individual chapters are, I don't think I'll be going all the way to finishing streamer number 3. But then I think each of the segments of this game has been much longer than I expected, so we'll see how that goes. We need to rescue the passengers and that abandoned ship. There's too much fog out on the Great Sea, okay. We'll see about that fog then. Looks like I have done pretty much what is available here. Collectible treasure is only 2 out of 3. Where did we miss one? Ah, yes, in the room that was previously jammed. Let's see if that has now been unlocked. This chapter is long? Yeah. I mean, all of the chapters have been pretty sizable so far. It's like a lot of them have been 2 chapters in one. At least the first 2. In that there was a clear first half and second half. First half with developmentals, second half with the actual unraveling. I guess we'll just have to come back here eventually. Not going to do a really thorough completionist sweep just yet. And... okay. So yeah, Reeboks, hope you're doing well. Let's just head back out onto the sea. And let's ship out. Okay. Now we're no longer just being railroaded into heading to the ship, which I guess is a bit of a mixed metaphor. We can actually sail around, try to lift the fog, if that is available yet. I don't think that will be available until we cut the pink streamer. This looks awfully suspicious. Oh, those are just cheaps, okay. Nothing too special. ESP Chicken, I believe we actually just fought that boss. And yeah, let's see here. 3 ring moves. I mean, you can just shove these down one by one. Not a big deal. Oh, except those are on the same axis. Okay, I miscalculated. Never mind. Why don't I just move the outer rings then? It's much simpler. Okay, let's just take advantage of all 3 actions. That should be a one-shot on this fight. Cheap Chiefs being rather trivial enemies. And we'll just nuke that. And continue. And where are we? Hammer? Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. So, where are we? There was a huge whale was around here earlier. I don't think we really have the means to interact with it yet. We were also told about a reef that we could eventually descend into. But let's try to disembark here and see what this location is all about. Oh, okay, we're still going to be locked off from doing anything. So I guess none of this content will be relevant until quite a bit later. You refight bosses in this game? Yes, MeSP Chicken, you can, because in the Battle Lab, there is a challenge mode. You can't refight the non-ring bosses like the Goopa Bloopa we just saw, I don't think. But you can refight the ring bosses. Because there is a challenge mode that times you, where you try to beat them as quickly as possible. I have not done the boss challenge fights yet, but I have done the other ring challenges so far. We actually got a new record in the speed ring challenge at the beginning of this stream. I managed to get that up to 12. And there's clearly still a ton of room for improvement, so whoops. Let's actually pay attention to my steering here. I have to remember once again that it is based on the direction that you point, not based on clockwise or counterclockwise. There we go. We could have just hit B to return to town, but whatever. I'll do things the hard way. But yeah, MeSP Chicken in the same location as the Battle Lab fights at the beginning of the stream, there is a boss challenge. I think I will probably save that until late game or the end of the game so we can kind of work on that all at once. I enjoy the ring battles enough that I think that would be satisfying, although there doesn't seem to be any kind of tiered rewards for beating particular time benchmarks in the Battle Lab. I think all you do there is high scores for the pleasure of high scores. As far as I can tell. So it isn't like you have to break a specific timing. Okay, so we wanted to go back to Zone 2, and then take the boat back down to where Olivia was trapped. So that's what we're doing. Back to the museum. Actually, we could have just taken a train as well, but no, let's take the pipe down to Zone 2. Yeah, the battle system is what really makes this game click. I mean, you know, the overworld segments have been nice so far. Some of them have been very nice, but it's the same kind of material as in a lot of previous games, including Color Splash, and so the fact that the battle system is as interesting as it is really does sustain a lot of interest in the meantime, in terms of keeping the whole experience quite invigorating. And so yeah, I've been enjoying it. Back to Shogun Studios, let's just head on back directly. Downriver, back to the railway. What tome is it for me? Well, we already have collected the earth and water elementals, so I assume that the next thing will be either the fire tome or the air tome, which in Fire Emblem goes by a number of different names. You know, like Wind, Elwind, etc. Fire, Elfire, Arcfire, and Volganone and Meteor. Where does wind go? Yeah, wind attacks go up to, I think, Excalibur is like the B level attack in Fire Emblem, if you want to use that magic tome. Oh, you meant time, okay. Thanks for believing me and taking me to the Great Sea. Hey, Reeboks, I did notice, of course, the little reference to this Bob-omb wishing he were an admiral earlier, which is a nice little throwback to the Thousand-Year Door. I wasn't going to take that very seriously, though, not expecting Admiral Bobbery to just pop out of nowhere. Anyway, the Bob-omb is going to be very secretive about his mission and why he was on that boat. but his Bob-omb buddies, so now we find his backstory. A while back, I was traveling aboard the Princess Peach with my buds, my Bob-omb rads, my friends. We had all pitched in to share the VIP stateroom. Sure, some of us had to sleep on the floor, but the open sea, salty breeze. It was the best trip ever. But then, that monstrous blooper attacked the ship. We did our best to defend the Peach, but it was too strong. That's when it happened. My fuse got knocked loose. It flew right off the boat, and so did I. Next thing I know, I'm in the Great Sea. Poor guy lost his fuse. I mean, I guess for his personal safety, that's probably fine. But that tells you something about Bob-omb psychology, that their sense of self is so dependent on their ability to explode. As is their sense of memory, I guess, but, oh, so this guy probably just tried to recover a fuse, because he's probably going to blow himself up to blow up the rock, isn't he? And then that's going to be our tearful farewell to Bobby, who's going to make a heroic sacrifice. Unless he works by Admiral Bobbery rules in Paper Mario, where blowing himself up doesn't actually remove him from the board. So maybe he did grieve a fuse. I had a lot of buds, but I lost my bestest best bud a long time ago. He got scrapped in an accident. Yeah, it seems like Bob-omb suicide is maybe a little dark for Nintendo, even though Bob-ombs do it all the time. But... okay. His treasured fuse. The fuse of his friend. He is totally going to blow himself up. Just watch. I can save a friend like this. It means I finally become the sort of Bob-omb I always wanted to be. This is what every Bob-omb hopes for. A chance to change something for the better. To make an impact. Okay. Well... I mean, we won't think too hard about the ethics of this. No... Bobby... Well, that's going to be a shower of confetti. And I guess our 20 damage companion is gone. Okay, so. We did, however, recover Olivia. And what happened? Did you save me, Mario? Thank you so much. Getting flattened hurt a lot. But now I'm back to my folded and fancy-free self. Well, I don't know if she wants to know the answer to that. I think she would be rather traumatized. But she can see from the expression on Mario's face that Bobby certainly didn't miss. He did a lot of things, but one thing he didn't do was miss. Yeah, I think she's beginning to put it together. Feels like I should have some kind of macro in chat for situations like this to assure the viewers that there is, in fact, a hotline if you are feeling like a Bob-omb who has to fulfill his sense of duty and destiny. What if he missed? Yeah. Me as Speed Chicken, we're actually traumatized. It might not seem like we're very sad, but sometimes it is truly saddest when you are unable to fully express your anguish. They took Bobby from me! They took him! Actually, Bobby kind of took himself, but we'll just take it out on this poor little mole anyway. Us Monty Moles don't get many guests down here in our little tunnel. Okay. Giant bee with tears. That's interesting. That doesn't sound like Luigi. Oh, okay, no, that's just Olivia. Giant bee with tears, that's what she would be. A lot of moles on this end. Let me just take a look at this cavern. Looks like that's the dead end up ahead. Sure, let's explore left first. We can never decide. And mole is just providing moral support. You'll notice that no moles were really harmed by this. They're still working for Bowser, but Bowser is still... Well, don't know where he's gone since we lost him in the opening act of the game. Okay, this is, as you were saying, probably quite short, given that we already have the one and only block that could be hit. Let's drag this guy out. What's the big idea? I'm digging here. Okay. Can we irritate him by doing that repeatedly? How would you like it if I came down to your work and put on some overalls and... Wait, what do you even do? Okay, what's he gonna give me? Hey, great. And, he's got nothing else. You just going to repeat that? Yeah. Very important to check that kind of thing. And we'll just unlock some treasure. Looks like that's definitely a spot that can be hit, but I guess not. Unless, of course, you can just bash this thing. Yeah, sometimes some of the environmental interactions can be difficult to see, but you just have to poke around a bit and experiment. And whoops. And I'll check that upper spot as well. That didn't ring any code sensor bell, but we got an important box. That's 100 coin, okay. We might as well check that location. And... yeah, no, I wouldn't say we're taking out our anger on the moles. It's more grief, not really anger. You did it. You found the cave of breakdancing. Breakdancing in a bathroom does not seem like the most hygienic thing to do. Did you make that bee girl cry? I can bully her all I like. Alright. There we go. Did I talk to these guys already? Yeah, okay. They're just following orders. Let's check each of the doors just to be thorough about it. Looks like this is mostly just a bit of an interstitial zone. Just a transitional landscape with a fellow who's breakdancing in the loo. Here's another treasure over here. We'll try to look out for something that allows us to drop in to that location. Like here. Fairly well signaled visually. Yeah, I mean, that is a known stage of grief if you subscribe to the theory of the 5 stages of grief. As you go from denial to anger to acceptance, or in some order. Those were 3 of the stages. I feel like I don't always do that in order because I seem to process that in the same way I play video games, which is non-linearly, and trying to scramble things as often as possible. Mandatory team yoga. Now, why is Bowser instructing his army to train itself with yoga? Is he expecting them to kind of have the powers of Dalsim in Street Fighter with his Yoga Flame and Yoga Fire? So, funny story. The first time I ever heard of such a thing as yoga was through Street Fighter 2. And I was very disappointed to find out that actual yoga does not really involve fire breathing and teleportation in midair and really stretchy arms. I was always disappointed with that. Okay, here's an accessory salesman. I'll buy his bag. What are you buying? Yeah, let's buy everything greedily. And yeah, Chicken, I see that you were definitely exhausted because you stopped typing in all caps. But hey, you know, whatever allows you to cool off for tonight. Interested in some shinies? We dug up some real buttes. Yeah, actually, let's stock up on some just in case we need the damage output. I don't see a reason not to be spendy. Although sometimes the coin dumps in the main quest can really catch you off guard in this game with their scale. But of course, that's what the cheapo, non-luxury, non-royal park pass was for. For the people who don't really amass quite as much in terms of coinage. Let's see what our weapon loadout was for. We actually haven't gotten any use out of the Pearl Hammer or anything elemental, but let's just trade in a shiny for the time being. Yeah, because the damage numbers are going up quite a bit, so let's just plug a shiny back in. Yeah, the moles are really quite delightful. I mean, one thing that is no longer in the Paper Mario series, it seems, is the Waka. The moles that just kind of... They're not exactly Monty moles, but they're related, I think, and they spit out fruit when they come out of their little holes, but looks like we're just back to Monty moles instead, including this guy who's only going to give you 100 coins for breaking him out of his lengthy spell of hibernation. Have I checked everything around here? I don't know if we actually checked that lower door. Here's Olivia. Breaking Olivia out is clearly going to be main quest content, so I'm not going to do it yet. Let me actually go back and check everything else first. But now we know where she is. This just tends to be how I play. It's like I see the main quest and I just choose not to do it. This was the yoga room. Yeah. Do you realize you can change this stuff mid-battle? Nope, I had no idea. In terms of changing your loadout? No, I actually had no idea at all. I thought you were limited to what you had preset. I actually find it kind of strange that you're not limited to what you had set ahead of time, because it seems like that would be the tactically interesting thing to do. We've already been here. We've definitely been here. Yeah, that is completely news to me, actually. But then I have not really been reading the interface guide buttons very carefully. And so there are all kinds of things in the UI that I'm probably just not using. Okay, it looks like this will probably just prevent you from exiting until you have decided to break Olivia out of her grief. And we know that because she is required in order to use the thousandfold arms and unzip this door like a box of Pocky. Just press... Oh, okay, you can actually just get into the menu mid-battle like that. Okay. Yeah, I had no concept of that whatsoever. I almost think I'm just not going to use that, you know, as a bit of a self-imposed constraint. Just to keep things simple. But it's good to know that option is available in case I do want it once we try to push for record times on the boss challenges or something like that. In the meantime, we'll just go with what we have. I'm finding the difficulty balance in this game surprisingly reasonable as somebody who is not using the time extension. Surprisingly reasonable. And mostly it's because the damage numbers are scaling nicely, much better than they often do in Paper Mario. Okay, so what's going on here then? What can we do? Console Olivia. She's too sad to move. Do we just need to talk to her, or do I whack her with a hammer? Okay, she's too sad to move. Let's get a move on her then. Nope. Pressing the B button just sits down on the bench. Guess I'll have to cheer her up with something. Yeah, pressing buttons anywhere in her vicinity doesn't actually permit you to interact, so it looks like we'll just need to do some kind of quest interaction to break her out of grief. All the moles are gone. All the moles have decided to disappear. Game audio just died. Thank you for telling me. Let me just try to fix that up briefly. That does happen from time to time in Mario Maker. It had not happened in Paper Mario until today. But sometimes OBS just does that to me. So yeah, OBS just tends to choke a bit. Let me just try to get the Switch back up and running. Okay, game audio should be back at this point. Yeah, thank you for alerting me to that. It's always useful to know, so I notice as soon as possible. It did actually happen once earlier in this stream, and hopefully not for very long. But we should be operational once again. Okay, so, of course, the moles had also all gone silent. Where did everybody go? Even the breakdancer in the toilet has decided to desert us. And yeah, we'll find out very shortly what this is all about as we head back to the main area and progress. Jackpot, baby. Some kind of huge rock exploded outside. I wonder if they find something like the fuse, which I guess has been spent at this point, so there wouldn't be anything left to find, but these guys are going to work quite industriously to benefit from the fruits of our labor. And I guess we can check on them, except Big M. Big M. Okay, so the Bob-omb is actually recoverable in spirit, if not in form. Oh, he's going to be a ghost Bob-omb. Listen. Olivia's having a hard time with this whole thing. If she doesn't pull through, it's like everything I did was in vain. But you're Big M, Big M. Not to be confused, of course, with other M. What can I do to put a smile on her face? I mean, literally the only things that I can do... Oh, I know. Yep. I know precisely what to do. We actually saw the quest interactions earlier. Just needed to remember from the earlier part of the game what threw her into a laughing fit. And we know what that is. You did it! You found a cave of breakdancing! Okay, these guys are all just going to be back to their ordinary dialogue. And, okay, so, MSB Chicken, just catching up on your purple message there. Bobby, why is it the mole's fault? Well, I mean... Yeah, the moles... I think they were out of dynamite in their own right, which was why they were busy hibernating in the rocks instead of being productive. So... Oh, look at this, by the way. It says, a shockingly realistic Goomba mask. Perfect for going undercover. I mean, in the context of this game, you do go undercover. But notice the very vague connection with what the Goomba mask that was newly introduced to Super Mario Maker allows you to do. I guess that originated in 3D World, technically. But after having developed quite an attachment to the Goomba mask in a Maker context, it's kind of neat to see it like this every time, so... Let's try to give Olivia a bit of a pick-me-up. Oh, that's not fair, Mario. Stop trying to force me to laugh with that. He's gonna burst and guffaw. Just watch. This is kind of a delightful moment, to be honest. Okay, fine. I sort of wonder what would have happened if I tried the other masks first. I should have done that, just to see if she would respond to Samus or anything else. Sometimes I do poke around with non-solutions like that. So yeah, MSB Chicken, if you do have to head out at 4 your time, hope you get some rest. And we'll see you around. Thank you for joining me for so long. Hey, was Oak. Sorry, I missed your message a minute ago. This game is quite fun. I don't know how much experience you have with Paper Mario in general, or if this is your first introduction to the series. I felt like it got off to a bit of a slow start at first, but it has really picked up and become something quite enjoyable. Mario... Well, that's a secret. Mario is always suffering inside. Yeah, Wizoke, I don't know which ones you have played previously. The Paper Mario series has enough variation that, depending on which ones you have played, you might have a very different perspective on the series from other people who have been doing it for a long time. I have played all of them. I couldn't finish Sticker Star. I was very close and I just bailed out at the final boss. But I have played all the other ones, so depending on what you have played, I can kind of put this game into perspective. If you have any questions. You played Super Paper Mario is the one on Wii, which is kind of the side-scroller RPG hybrid. And you will be glad you came along when you see the kind of value we're offering here today at Toad's Atom Boots. So yeah. Ooh. That. Boot Car Type B. Gotta put that in Mario Kart. I love how horsepower is calibrated by Yoshi's. No coins down test ride, okay. That seems dangerous. So yeah, to answer your question, obviously, each of the Paper Mario games is fairly unlike each other. I mean, 64 and 1000 Year Door are similar in that 64 kind of laid down a lot of the RPG template for 1000 Year Door. In the same way that Sticker Star kind of laid down a bit of a template for what Color Splash just generally did better. This game has a lot of the same overworld adventuring style as Paper Mario usually delivers, but also has a completely new battle system that takes the turn-based linear battles that you might remember from games like Sticker Star and puts them on a radial field and adds an additional dimension of strategy. And so, I mean, I think it is a better game than Sticker Star all around for sure. Sticker Star is kind of controversial. I don't hate it as much as some people do, but I definitely know why people have a problem with it, and I had some problems with it. This one, the Origami King, has been pretty solid. And actually, if you're coming into it without the baggage of being very attached to old-style RPG Paper Mario from Paper Mario 64 and 1000 Year Door, you're probably going to enjoy this even more. The issue with some people who are really attached to the old RPG format is that, you know, there hasn't been an official follow-up to that in a very long time, and that's why discussion about this series can be a bit heated. But if you don't have that baggage coming in, you're perfectly well positioned to enjoy this. So can we just ram these guys? Yes, we can. Except Buzzy Beetles are going to put a dead stop. Super Paper Mario I enjoyed, but it is a very long game. Oh hey, Karibo's Shoe! Karibo's Shoe making a rare appearance in this series. Looks like we should just get everything on the outer ring. Oh, hang on. Let me think about how this is going to work. Oh yeah, no. That's actually fairly simple. Oh, no. That was a mistake. I needed one additional slot there. I blew that. Let's go Iron Boots in case we need to land on a spiny at the end. I think the Shell Kick will probably do a lot of the work for us now. Yeah. Yeah, no, I knew what the proper solution was. I was just momentarily kind of distracted, and I punched that in before I saw that it was not the solution. So let's see what the shoe is going to do to us this time. Okay, let's do this properly this time. 3 ring moves for such a small batch, that's very generous. I mean, fairly clear, I think, if we have so many moves to work with. Let's just hammer them. Only one action, though. One action. I guess the actions do scale with the number of enemies remaining on the field. So yeah, you can see this is kind of an expansion of the systems in the turn-based games, in that you are still thinking about planning the jump and the hammer around a linear set of enemies that has different weak points, different vulnerabilities, but the rotational system means that you're also dealing with multiple stacks at once, and you're trying to clear those stacks as efficiently as possible. I did not show that off very well just now, because I completely blew the solution to that one, but we have a toad here. This is almost certainly a toad. Hang on. Scoop or a shovel. Yeah, well, we have all the rescues, and so that's pretty much all we need to deal with here. In the meantime, Let's continue. Yeah, the battle system I've been finding very interesting. I enjoy it quite a lot. Where's the Scorch? I thought the sun would be beating down on us. I kind of recognize this environment from the initial trailer. I only watched the first trailer, but I do recognize what's going on here. Not much of a field of view, unfortunately, but I guess the only way to go is up. Very neat environment as we go for the yellow streamer in the scorching sandpaper desert. Very dark as well. Well, I mean, the angry sun would not be something especially new to this series, but the sun has disappeared, and perhaps it has been folded into origami or something. Well, you gotta go. Well, thank you for dropping by, Reeboks. Hope we continue to catch you here from time to time, and enjoy streaming on your side as well. We will eventually have to worry about that black hole. Hey, we're going to see Pokies for the first time. We're going to have an announcement as well. And in the meantime, let's see what some of this is all about. Visit the sensor lab to try their latest gizmo. We'll keep that in mind later on. Hitting doesn't do anything, okay. We'll eventually see what that's about. I suppose the entire point of the boot is just to still permit this game to have this huge sense of scale for the desert while making the distances actually traversable. Also allows me to ram the dry bones directly, but it's dry bones, and so it's going to be back up in no time, I'm sure. Why don't we just uncover some of this in the meantime? So Wizoak is for some kind of world map system. It's an interconnected map, so let me just show you. So each of these zones that we've unlocked so far are connected by a series of pipes and boats and some other things. And so there are connection points and warp points that allow you to move around if you ever want to backtrack and finish up some of the collectibles. I've not been very completionist, as you can see, so there will be plenty of reason for me to go back to earlier zones when I want to do that. But yeah, it is kind of zone-based. That's each of the chapters of the quest take you to a new area that is the main area for that quest. I haven't actually fought a dry bones yet. I feel like I should. Okay, no. I would have liked to try to fight these guys in a standard battle just for collection purposes. I also wonder if we can ram the Poki. Let's just try that. Yeah, we can. We will eventually want to fight everything in a standard battle just for the sake of collection. Meantime, let's get out of here and try to catch that toad. That's clearly a toad folded up as a lizard. We can get that guy to come down. We might have to ram the wall to do so. Let me try to get a bit of a boost. Oh, actually, no. I can get up there from above. So never mind. Let's do that instead. Looks like this is going to be a warp point back to the sensor hut. Using the fax machine, perhaps. I'll show you that in just a moment if we can see it. Am I tired of walking? No, not really. I wonder if we can figure out some way to whack that toad. I guess we just need to wait for it to come around up here. Olivia is a little bit naggy about hints sometimes, but we deal with it. In the meantime, we have emptied most of the confetti bag at this point. We don't have much to use for replenishment. when it comes to the plants that spit confetti. But yeah, let's get this guy out of here. That will unlock the fax machine warp point back to the sensor lab, which has some kind of new item for me to check in on. So let's use the fax travel. Sort of interesting to think that a lot of Nintendo's audience at this point is probably too young to have seen a fax machine. But which satellite office? Let's not play with that. That's just a work point. Let's see if you have new toys. Okay, thought experiment. What if rather than detect unseen objects, we were to create a device that makes you undetectable? Okay, so we have a lamination suit, which will work for stealth. Okay, interesting. I wonder if this is also power dependent. Let's take a look at this. And perhaps stealth will unlock something that is necessary for world traversal. Okay, it is powered. Interesting. Sneaky, sneaky. Enemies with sharpened senses. Well, we'll have to be aware of that. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of a stealth minigame as we try to reach the goal flag before the battery runs out. And we just need to let these guys pass. Whoops. Pretty straightforward, but I guess this is just easy mode of the tutorial. I don't know if there's going to be a harder pattern to be tested against next, and yes, there will. Okay. Is this Goomba ever going to move on the left side? I don't think it is. Put his mind to battery. And head down the left side. That will be pretty straightforward. And let's do the next round. Looks like we will need to follow the Goomba loop. We are just going to continue rotating counterclockwise, so taking a few steps forward and a step back. And nope, that's pretty clear. And the tutorial ends, so we'll see what that is required for. And there's going to be a field test, okay. So we'll see, that might be useful for some secret hunting. But in the meantime, you know, I have not really minded engaging with most of the fights. Collecting a huge pile of cash in the meantime. If we do want to save time with backtracking at some point, though, that may be something useful. So let's head back to the scorching sandpaper desert. Okay. Yeah, we know that already. Let's just continue. Olivia really wants me to drive, so we'll probably just hop in the boot and do some more of that. It is pretty much precisely where we had parked. We see a save block by that ominous-looking toad tower at the very end. It's just... oh, I was trying to build up enough speed to ram these guys, and that did not quite go, so we'll have our first on-field battle with the Pokies. We'll want to get them in a hammer pattern as soon as it is practical. Probably just through some kind of rotation. Yeah, that's going to be it. Oops. And we have 2 attacks available, so let me just try the standard hammer first to see how we're doing for damage. Probably not enough to work with, but we'll see. 20 damage. Of course, these being Pokies, they're going to be reduced in the meantime. So why don't we just reduce both stacks? We'll have 8 enemies to deal with. A lot of incoming damage, but having them significantly reduced may ease some things up on us. Okay, so you can do a perfect block. Oh, wow, that's a massive hit. I don't get nearly enough practice on actually taking damage in this game to often see some of the things that happen. Let me just see what's going on here. It looks like we'll want this guy to rotate down first. This will kind of give you 2 hammer blocks right there. And a hammer on both sides should be enough to do the trick. Really easy to visually track their HP pool, at least. There we go. Actually got an excellent attack down on the hammer for once. Okay, so looks like this will be step 1, this will be step 2. That's going to require shiny boots or iron boots. Let's do that. .21 damage is not going to be enough. But let's just try to hammer everything in the meantime. Probably should have used a stronger attack on that side just to clear out that stack. Okay, it is possible to get a perfect block. But even an imperfect one will do from time to time, so let's just rotate this back in where we want them. Looks like we will want to do something with the outer ring, actually. Possibly moving this in first. Yeah, that's not going to be right. Just try to mentally recalibrate where we're going with this. Yep, there we go. 2 hammer clusters. You'll be here for a while? Yeah, glad to see you here, Wizoak. I'm probably not going to do this full chapter tonight because the chapters of the main quest are surprisingly big. In that they seem to be like 2 chapters in one. That in previous sessions were taking me about 6 hours in total, and so tonight we'll probably just get to the expected halfway point of this one, which will be up to the next boss that unlocks one of the elemental or elemental powers for me to work with. And that's going to... yeah, it's likely to be the next major puzzle, dungeon, or boss. Let's try to get this guy out of here. But yeah, we'll be going for some time yet until we do that, but where does that? We've got a pretty sweet loot car. He's going to walk. Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm glad you're finding it interesting to watch. Always difficult to tell if there's any interest in, you know, single-player adventures like this. It's obviously a much less interactive experience than Mario Maker, which is what I usually run here. Ah, here's the warp pipe at last. That's going to be very helpful. Or pipe gives us fast travel back to the museum in the main town. I also see a treasure chest with a save block back there that seems to indicate some kind of boss, I'm sure. Or some kind of major quest interaction. As a show of gratitude, I'll point you to that significant looking altar over there. That does look significant, so I want to explore the map a little bit first. Whoops. Yeah, just to roam around and see if we missed any notable optional content. Oh, this looks interesting. Probably need to get them to face in different directions. There probably is some kind of intended solution, but why don't we just make a bit of a wild guess and have them all face inside just to see what happens. The game probably will not let me just guess at this. There is some kind of intended pattern, I would guess, but I want to try this out anyway. You see, this was why I really enjoyed... Oh, our shoe, it got displaced. This is why I really enjoyed games like Breath of the Wild, because they would just let me do stuff like this, and the game would actually respond. She's going to sing. She's totally going to sing. That looks like a microphone stand. Alright, Olivia, burst into song. She's going to sing. Let's watch. It's like the passion is welling up inside my body. Is she going to sing? Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 11 benevolent elephants. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather and better. Hey, I'm going to save this as a mic check screenshot in case I ever need it for stream production reasons. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better. Lesser leather, never weathered, wetter, weather better. Okay. Happy and sappy, go with the flow. Let's do both. And yeah, I mean, I can't quite see how the lyrics are going to fit with the melody here, but I'll just let Olivia have her fun. Oh, okay, because these are just the songs that you've encountered earlier in the game. The Happy Sappy song was from the tree that was near the beginning of the game, and this is the Boatman's song from the transition out of the Autumn Mountains. So it's like a little bit of a music player for the songs that have been displayed in the game so far. That's kind of neat. And I'm sure the selection will expand as time goes on, so... Very satisfying to see that. Very satisfying also to see that the car was gently displaced out of the way. Still don't know what all these glowing spots are about just yet. But, oh, booze. First time I've seen booze in this game. At least they can, in fact, be hit, which is not something you can say of a standard Mario game. Let's see if boos are actually jumpable. Oh, they disappear. Okay. So you have to memorize their locations. That's really fascinating. I've never seen boos work that way in Paper Mario before, but that's because the ring battle system is what makes that possible. And they seem to go down really... not really quickly. I mean, the first one that took the first strike was damaged just enough that we could work with it. So it looks like their HP pool is going to be somewhere north of 20. Okay, very neat. Not bad for the first encounter with the way that boos have been implemented in this game. I do like how this section permits a bit of non-linear exploration. And in the meantime, we'll just patch things up again. See how they go. Flashy boots. Okay. Just going to build up that arsenal. Initial attack is going to be quite nice. Pretty strong. We only have one ring move to work with, which tells me that is going to be, let's move here. Get a hammer lineup on either side. We'll go shiny hammer, just to see if we can get full damage on both stacks. Not quite, but close. That might limit their available attack, though. I think landing an excellent with the shiny hammer might be enough. 28 damage? Yes, 28 damage is enough. I guess it would be like 7 damage per clump. These Plokies. And then we'll just go standard hammer. That will be enough to get that done. Okay, so much for that guy. Yeah, we'll just explore these ruins in the meantime. No specific story reason to be here yet, but that makes it all the better. The boo is really going to try to chase us down. And yeah, they're going to disappear on me, so I just need to make sure I get that 3 spaces, I think. Yes. That's going to get quite tricky as the game becomes more complex, but we'll manage in the meantime. Great is only going to be 20 damage. That's not going to be enough. Significant amount of incoming damage to deal with there. And they're just going to line up neatly, so no manipulation required. Love how the boo origami almost makes them look like a mummy wraps in a desert. I think that's just the effect of paper being crumpled that way, though, so they are just paper boos. It's only a paper boo, as the song goes. Looks like that's some kind of cavern entrance, which seems important. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's see if that takes us anywhere interesting. Oh, a whole bonus area, which is going to get me, I think, another unlockable toad hut at the very end. If you look up towards the top of this area. Kind of enjoying how the boo fights are making use of this battle system. Just a very unique idea. Okay, so we get 2 moves. It's going to be 1 ring move over there to get those line up. 1 lateral move over here. We got that. I want to get rid of the boos right away. Don't want to deal with them. damage, that'll be plenty. And Bone Goombas. I don't know how much punishment the Bone Goombas take, but Buzzy Beetles definitely take quite a bit, so let's try Shiny again. Just to try to get the 1-turn kill. Not going to be enough for the Bone Goombas, they're very durable. And they also hit quite hard. Those standard boots, let's see if we can power our way through. Yeah, so Bone Goombas, they seem to have their HP somewhere north of 30. Okay, Ice Flower. First time we've seen one of these in the game thus far. I mean, it is Paper Mario. We didn't expect some of those familiar weapons in the arsenal to return. Looks like we have, once again, a Boo. Single move should actually do the trick here. And let's go Shiny Hammer once again. Okay, that'll be quick and efficient. The no damage bonuses, I think, are significant enough to make up for the expenditure of the heavier weapons. Gotta get this Toad out of here. Okay. Toss some confetti and see what kind of entrance we have this time. It's going to be a cafe. So yeah, let's stop for some coffee with some of the minions that have not yet been folded. Oh, looks like we have a Sledge Bro for the first time this game. Mega tasty coffee. Yeah, we're going to have that. See what kind of buff that gives us, and more importantly, what kind of conversation. Hey, Electric Dude, welcome. Looks like that Goomba loves his coffee. Oh, okay, it's for the whole crew. No wonder they're so energetic, always just waddling back and forth. Mario's just going to have his cute little espresso, though. Can I talk to this guy separately? That's okay. That's just a health replenishment. So yeah, Electrodude, hope you're doing well. And in the meantime, let's head back out to wherever we parked that boot. I think it was on the other side of this little semi-secret temple alcove. I had quite the discussion last night. Yeah, I mean, last minute requests for changes are what they are. Not going to hash too much of that out right now, but I did kind of get an all-clear check like a week and a half ago for a reason, right? So that's all I'll say about that. I can send you a playtesting code for the current version later. And it turns out that even the small changes that I was thinking about potentially kind of making in this latest round aren't practical either for that stage. But yeah, at the end of this, if you're still around, because I won't be going as long as usual today with Paper Mario, I can send you a playtesting code for the current version of what I'm looking at, and I'm sure your opinion on the latest version would be valuable. But we'll see. Like, the thing is, even for very simple things like coin blocking blasters and such, which I know a lot of the 4YMM levels have been doing, I have no entity space to do any of that stuff at this point, so that's what happens when you build something really complex, is that it does on one hand give you an excuse to not make changes that are too intense. Looks like this is going to be center ring, then outside ring, yeah. Okay, let's try to get a huge hit on this side so I can maybe take out the Mecha Koopa for a change. Try to get a full 28 on these guys. And will that smash the mecha? Finally, we actually got one of those. And let's go shiny boots. Oh, no, I needed the iron boots. I completely forgot. That was the first time I've made that mistake this game. And this game punishes you quite a bit for stuff like that. You also need to test one small thing. No, I'd be happy to test. I mean, I have kind of a limited amount of time to do that, but I'm not insisting on playing things blind on a stream. In fact, I think having playtested Salt Lakes and Ren's level ahead of this week saved me quite a great deal of streaming time, probably. And testing Tetraterix's level ahead of next week is definitely a time saver, because that is a puzzle that is big enough that I think people are going to be shocked at how much time they lose just to resets. Simply because when you're solving it, like, people are going to run down that clock like crazy. And it's not because the puzzle is exceptionally hard or anything, it's more that it is just a long sequence of interactions. And if you lose time to solving the puzzle, you just lose the whole attempt. So yeah, no, I don't mind playtesting yours at all. It's kind of nice to see that it was bumped up to this week. Small indication thing, yeah, that's always the final polish pass. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, I haven't actually fought Dry Bones on the field before in this game. So let's just try to get these jumped. I mean, I don't know if they're really defeatable unless they stay down. There's a particular way in which they were implemented in previous Paper Mario games in terms of how you defeat them. I think they do revive if you leave them alive for too long, but that if you clear the board with all the Dry Bones down, then having them down is enough to work with, as you can see there. Okay, here's Toad. Scorching Sandpaper Desert. Okay. Obviously, the big thing we're going for is that streamy temple. That's eventually going to be our destination, but in the meantime, I am just exploring a bit and poking around, and we have that suspicious-looking altar to go to as well. Do we try it out? No, not yet. We shouldn't. I want to hit the altar first. We know a lot of people who look like that. But check the corner. But yeah, looking forward to what you have in store. And see what's going on here in the meantime. Looks like that's the end of... Hey, Scorching Sandpaper Miner. Interesting. We have a Toad that's stuck in the corner here. Yeah, still lots to explore about this whole space. Don't you think we should try following the streamer first? I don't really necessarily want to, actually. I always try to do these things out of order as much as possible, and so I guess this is a bit of a hub that allows you to drive to other places eventually. That will allow you to apply some weight. Oh, we might as well try that. We're nowhere close to actually cutting this. Fairly obvious to me here. So we'll have to check the tower. And we have to check the altar on the other side. Instructions for how to dig down. Mario. I can't read at all. So we need some kind of decoder or somebody to assist us with reading. Of course, we're currently lacking a companion character other than Olivia here. A ray of light. Okay, so basically she wants sun. Or rays of light. He seems extremely optimistic about what is almost certainly a city of murder and despair. Let's go back to the tower and the altar just to see what kind of interactions we've missed so far. And here we go. Actually kind of handsome, yeah. I can agree with that. So, tower first or altar first? Now we're at the tower. Let's just take a look. Will allow us to patch things up anyway. Certainly looks like we're at the lookout point. And that's going to be more unreadable text. Here's an observation point. Putting somewhere there to see how it looks. Nothing here is going to be a good fit for that yet, so we're missing some kind of key item. Possibly something like a spyglass. That's what I would expect. And okay, so let's kind of boost our way forward. The save block indicates that eventually will be an interesting save point. We did unlock that already. This will also require us to comprehend the text. Sun to sun to sun. Okay. Praise the sun. So yeah, I guess we'll have to head on to the city that lies ahead. Meantime, let's see what this ritual potentially involved. Kind of tells me that's not actually oatmeal. Oh, it's sand, okay. We don't have the required key items section. Why don't I just get back in and go? Kind of curious about whether the Donkey Kong and Samus masks will actually be useful later in the game. I would expect they would be. Unless they were just alternatives to what the Goomba mask already did, but it seems like the Goomba mask has actually been expanded. So, let's move forward and head towards the city of the flashing lights. I bet she's not going to let you go anywhere else if you wanted. Oh, yeah, we can actually travel for once. Let's take the alternate route. Scorching Sandpaper West. Fairly open zone by Paper Mario standards. With yet another tower, so let's try to fill in as many spots as we can. Maybe replenish some confetti along the way. Just like that. Yeah, it looks like the shrubs will be where the confetti is coming from. Oh, here's a toad. And okay, let's jump in. Yeah. And let's take a look here. Another tower? Yeah, we'll check that in just a moment. Let's try to rescue some of the toads first. Okay. He's going to enjoy his freedom. I haven't actually fought these guys before in this game. Bone Goombas are going to be quite solid enemies. And what are we looking at here? We will need to just rotate the outer rings. Fairly simple. Okay, Crowbers. Crowbers seem like they're from Yoshi's Island, or originated from Yoshi's Island, didn't they? I feel like I rarely see them, even in a Paper Mario context. But we'll just try to go boots and see what our damage output is like. It's not going to be nearly enough, I would imagine. Bone Goombas are going to be a massive problem every time, but I think taking them out... Yeah, I don't really like leaving half the enemies on the board, but I'm just sort of thinking ahead to the next turn, and we would need 2 additional turns to take out the Bone Goombas regardless, so I think we'll just have to soak some damage. Oh, look at this combo attack. The enemy combos are really interesting in this game. That they actually do cooperate for some special attacks, like what we've seen there. Very smart use of this battle system. Okay, one more series of standard stomps will probably do the trick here. And one series of stomps over here as well. Okay, took a fair bit of incoming damage, but we lived. The skull on this cactus looks rather ominous in its own right. And that's about what I suspected. Do toads have skeletons inside their bodies? As mushroom people, the fact that they have skeletons and are built on a framework of bone is maybe mildly disturbing. But I guess they weren't just, you know, soft fungal tissue either. I don't know, I'm not going to think too hard about toad anatomy. But that's a very good question. Do toads have skeletons? Or do they only have skeletons in their closets? That's just going to be confetti. Sure, let's fight a Pokey. And yeah, that's going to be a very simple single move, I think. No, 2 moves. Get them all in hammer range. They totally have, yeah. I guess they do. Get the full 28 on these guys. Not gonna be enough. Alright. That's unfortunate, but try to get a standard hammer down on these guys then, just to reduce the stacks as much as possible. Might be less efficient than just taking out one stack completely, but the fact that we do have some damage blocking that is possible does make that a bit more manageable. You'll also notice that each of the stacks only performs one group attack. So yeah, this is going to be fairly simple. We just move these guys in the back, these guys in the same cluster, and it's going to be standard hammer both sides. So once again, let's just get the stomp down on them, and you can of course get the boost and just ram into these guys from time to time. Did I not actually check the tower yet? I don't think I did. Let's just drop some confetti here in the meantime. Fine, we'll fight. Okay. Looks like we can have 2 moves that get us down that way. Looks like the other thing we can do is a central ring move. We want just one guy who's still available in the center, right? So if we line up like this, we get them like this, and that's fairly straightforward. Okay, let's actually get iron boots on them this time. Let's get shiny iron boots. Let's see how much damage that does. I've not actually tried to use that. 29. Okay, that'll be the best way to dispatch them in a jump pattern. And once again, we'll just try to shiny hammer to get a full hit. We do need an excellent hit in order to take up that stack. That's not going to be enough. Yeah, gonna have to execute that quite a bit better. Or just upgrade to the next tier of weapons, which I believe is flashy. And yeah, we'll collect all of these in the meantime. Oh, fine, Dry Bones, you want to fight? We'll fight. Okay, no, he doesn't want to fight. So, I would assume that this also requires us to read something inscrutable, but we'll explore anyway in case there is a key item that can be obtained at this location. Oh, this looks ominous. Can't read anything yet. We're fully illiterate. Once again, it requires some kind of geometric key. The first one we had seen earlier required a square. This one requires a firepower, it seems. We don't have the fire elemental unlocked yet, but I think at this point it's fairly clear that that's going to be the next one. That will allow us to ignite the cauldron and get things cooking. Maybe start using this tower as a signaling station, a beacon. Okay, so much for that. In the meantime, we will proceed and explore a bit more of the desert. Oops. Hey, Scorching Sandpaper Miner. We'll check the town last. Let's take a look at Scorching Sandpaper East, presumably. That's correct. We'll pop open everything we can. I don't really need the confetti refresh just yet, but sure, we'll take it. I wonder if I can ram the booze. Oh, that's a big boo. That's a mache boo. A macho boo. Yeah, let's try to whack that thing. Of course, the boos are going to follow the typical boo rules. That you face them and they stop. Try to drag him back over so we can have an opportunity to whack him from the back, and that's going to be it for that guy. Looks like this is also whackable. And this... Nope. We do have a guarded treasure location back there. Whoops. There we go. Break that seal, and one more hit in the back should be enough to work with. Let's see what's in here. Paper Macho Boo. Scorching Sandpaper East. Yeah, okay, let's... push our way through here. I don't think I really properly checked the top corner. There's that very suspicious looking urn in there, which is setting off my total alarm. And what are we looking at here? Oh, snake. We released a bunch of other snakes. I don't know if they're still available. Charmed. Yeah, it looks like we did actually release them both, so... come back here. And roll some of these guys. Or as you can say, there's a snake in my boots. We'll get the second hit on the Macho Boo in just a moment. I guess that's partly what the sneaking power is for as well. We did unlock the stealth power a little bit earlier, and I haven't found a practical use for it yet, but it could be that it allows you to get some easy hits off the Macho Mache enemies. Snake catchers are definitely a thing. I actually have spent some time around people who breed and work with snakes. I don't know much about them myself, but believe me, snake catching is a highly refined art form. Now, there's dry bones. Yeah, we'll just blow him up as usual. Ah, there's where we parked. In case we're still asking ourselves the question, dude, where's my boot? So yeah, nothing that's kind of a reading check over here as far as I can see, unless there's a location that we haven't really explored. I do wonder if something like this can be rammed, but I think we also just checked it from the other side here, and there didn't seem to be anything vital. Yeah, eventually maybe we need to light some of these fires or something, but in the meantime it seems like we have seen pretty much what we can in this immediate vicinity. Gonna ram that guy in the face because we can. Of course, there are those golden spots that we're unable to check right now because we do not have the power. And let's head towards the main quest. So yeah, I'll try to take this run today as far as the Fire of Elemental. I don't imagine that'll continue anywhere beyond that, because this has been a pretty substantial chapter so far. But here's a resort town, Shroom City. Really quite unconventional for a Toad City. Almost like it's Cairo. This is a VIP entrance to the desert. Only key-carrying guests of the hotel can enter. So are they actually going to try to block me? Oh no, this is just for the gates on either side. Wow, this is an extensive area. Boot car parking, one spot open. Let's see if I can actually park here then. It could be that when you zip in and out of this zone, this is where the boot car goes back. I don't know if we're allowed to drive into the city or not. It seems like you are forced to park. You don't take it into the pedestrian zone. Welcome to Sniff City, a desert oasis by and for Sniffets. Oh, I see, because they've taken over the Mushroom City, the Shroom City. And so there seems to be a contending claim of historical ownership now that the Sniffets have occupied Shroom City. In the way that Stettin on the Baltic was given over to the Polish after the Second World War. But perhaps we'll find a literate companion who knows how to read the local text. This is a lovely little area. Look at the reflections in that pond. Naturally, we're going to hammer this guy. Probably I have to jump down from above, in fact, but... yeah, probably jump down from the upper level. We can eventually find a way to do that. What a town. Pretty huge environments in this game, actually. Big step up in scale in some ways for Paper Mario. Desert Help Kiosk. Luxury Hotel. This guy seems sketchy. That's just going to be confetti. And we're missing a toad somewhere here. You can see that at the top here that there is a spot that can be patched up. Or, no, it's actually a spider that is a toad in disguise. Yeah, so we'll see if we can traverse our way up to the upper level somehow. I think they totally took over this place from the former Toad ownership. And the thing is, we can't even beat them up for it because they're not folded, and therefore they're not the true enemy of this game. Just a bit of a nuisance. This guy is a fellow who's sniffing the bed, which is oddly creepy. Nothing else to interact with here for now. Okay, so we'll have to see if there is, in fact, a way to get to the upper level. Oh, okay, it takes you up back. That's easy. Fairly simple, then. Of course, we'll jump down there in just a moment, but in the meantime, let's poke around and unlock a toad. The toad can tell us what's going on with the hostile takeover. Okay, so that's going to be a makeshift... not a shop, I think that we just get to pick up the items. That'll be quite a nice boost to the available arsenal. That reminds me, I actually do have to plug in one of my weapons. Okay, so this guy has his mansion. We'll eventually look for that next time we are back in Toad Town. I have a weapon slot open, yes I do. We have a flashy hammer? Yes, we actually have several. or when we want a bit more damage from what shinies can get me, but we'll go with shiny for the time being. I think we're definitely moving into the range where flashy is actually the tier of weapon that we will need. But we'll deal with that as we go. In the meantime, I'm going to explore the left side here. This looks like an accessory merchant. Let's hope we have enough cash on hand. Fun, funky, and functional. Okay, so for the first time in this game, I'm actually going to run out of money. I like the idea of a hidden block alert. We don't really need the HP boost yet. We'll probably save the HP boost for later, but let's take the guard. The guard seems important. But yeah, it's actually the first time in this entire game that we're going to be cash strapped. Hidden block alert, I think, is going to be helpful. And we'll just eventually save up for that guy. I've been very spendy because I thought I could afford to be. Buying up all the trophies and everything. Oh, okay, so that disables the toad alert, doesn't it? So, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have bought that right away, but... Toad alert is, I think, more useful at the moment, but we'll eventually use these, I think, to do a completionist sweep. Particularly because hidden blocks are something that I am consistently missing. Don't really need to heart buff in the meantime. I think we can get by the current combat balancing just fine. Mitigating damage incoming is probably going to be much more impactful at this stage. So yeah, let's see if there's some way to head over to that very suspicious looking toad door. I think that would require perhaps some kind of boat to get across this desert oasis. But the only thing we'll be able to do here is to continue exploring then and poke around with this guy. That's clearly something. It looks like a toad. I don't know if there's... Ah, there we go. Just needed to pop him out. Nope, not a bad guy. At least not now. Let's see what he's about. A mirror. So that's going to be a bit of a clue, isn't it? That... completely vacant? I don't believe you. Now, the thing about a mirror pond is that it may give us a clue to the truth of something in the sky. We'll just have to watch that reflection carefully and see if it reveals any important clues about the true nature of how this place is laid out. I think currently, though, it's probably just awaiting the sun. That once the sun shines, we'll have a somewhat different layout. And, okay, so... that guy looks like he can read, or at least is struggling to do so. He can't read, okay. Literacy is becoming a bit of a progression check here. I think we can read these signs, though. Shop. Groovy sound discs. The shop on the right is the best. This is your own brain talking, not an attempt at marketing. We can also loop up above to try to drop in on that question block that we could see up above. And then I'll check the shops afterwards. I can't read half the signs here. You would think that with the other shop signs being readable, that this town would be a little more bilingual. Royal Hotel, we're not guests though. Not going to go in yet. Can I get down here now? certainly hoping to. Let's see what's going on the left side. Treasure chest, okay. Looks like we've got to smash some things up. It looks like we can see a hole that allows us to drop in from the room on the right. So we'll do exactly that. Yeah, this is clearly a bit of a disguise. And pop that open, and then we'll go back to the record shop to see what else is awaiting us there. Looks like a jukebox. Looks like a stack of records everywhere. That looks suspicious. There is a toad buried here somewhere. Who is perhaps the fellow who runs the record shop? Oh, the toad is to the right. See his face. Come on. There we go. No one buys sound discs anymore, so I thought I'd be there forever. Yeah, this place was put out of business by Spotify. Which is too bad. Seems like we could have collected some vinyls for the town museum. And let's see what's going on here. In the meantime, looks like there's also missing a member of staff, and that we'll have to displace some of those sniffets, I'm sure, to return the town to its former toady glory in order to have an item shop available here again. Not that we have much money to buy things currently. So all roads seem to be leading us eventually towards the hotel entrance. In the meantime, let's see a bit more of the town. I guess not. Okay. Never mind, let's not see a bit more of the town. Let's enter the hotel grounds and talk to this guy. Okay, that's going to allow you to go back and forth. Oh, look at that! A Luigi lantern. That looks really interesting. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Oh, whoops. Look back around. Ah, yeah, we just did full loop. Okay, let's get back to Luigi's little fortune-telling hut. Maybe park our bums on a bench in the meantime, just to overlook the oasis. Not really been using those benches, and perhaps I should in order to see those little snippets of dialogue. But in the meantime, let's see what kind of fortune Luigi intends to tell. He doesn't trust that Sniffet, who's setting up that tent with a lamp on top. Is it a Sniffet, though, or is it Luigi in disguise? Guess we'll find out very soon. Under construction. Okay. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. In the meantime, nowhere to go but the hotel, I think, unless there is a way to go back behind the shop. I think our progress for now is just obstructed. So, in we go. Keys in my seat, and yes, I'm aware that there is another seat open. Okay, let's see. Surfing in the fountain. Yeah, I mean, there's a guy in Toad Town who does that as well. Not with a surfboard, though. I feel like the surfboard probably is a toad in its own right. One of the toads that have been held captive by These sniffets that have decided to take over the entire establishment. Here's the DJ, spinning some records, no doubt from Vinyl Shop next door. He doesn't take requests. Well, this is what we do to people who don't take requests. He doesn't seem to mind. Lamp-shaded stall behind a hotel. Waiting for Luigi, no doubt. Okay, that's open. And, oh, here's a captive toad once again. Well, I mean, okay, that's very true. That's a good point about the DJ's curatorial powers in terms of refusing requests, but that's a fair point. This is, of course, going to be an exit out the back of the hotel, I think. I should have actually talked to that snippet, but in the meantime, we'll just hit this. It's going to give me a bit of cash. And nothing else. And yeah, no, we didn't talk to the blue guy. Let's treat him to some conversation. Front desk, okay. Let's check the front desk. We haven't gotten as far as the front desk, have we? We actually need to go further in. Yeah, that's right. Let's do that. That's not open to guests yet, but we can just hop over and hijack our way into this place. Oh. That's a bit of an ambush. Okay, we got 3 moves here. That sort of tells me that we have perhaps the ability to do a full spin like that and then slide these guys back. Scaredy rats, I think standard attacks are probably good. They don't seem to take very much punishment. I've been playing Yoshi's Island again lately, and the rats really do kind of snipe you out of nowhere in that game. Like, I had forgotten just how tightly spaced some of those spawn locations are. So definitely quite cathartic to exact some revenge on their species. Okay, fairly simple. That's going to release a hand location for me to crank that wheel. Also notice that we have a seal on the door that we can unseal. And yeah, we'll crank that up. I haven't actually gone ahead to the front desk yet, but I want to check this location here to the left, though. See if is this traversable? No. Okay, let's see if my motion controls are going to cooperate with me here. Ah, there we go. Actually, I have to point the Joy-Cons rather than twist them. Okay, so that lowers that guy. English, please. Yeah. Sometimes maybe the noise filter on my microphone is set a bit aggressively, and so if anything I'm saying is not quite coming through, sometimes that is the issue. I may also just be speaking poorly from time to time, but fountain surfing, this guy's bored. He wants tub surfing. Yeah, let me know if the audio is okay, because I have been doing some volume adjustments so we can hear the music in this game a bit better. I think it was a little bit quiet on the previous streams, but that's what happens when the different Nintendo games seem to be normalized to different volumes. Like Animal Crossing, for instance, generally comes out louder than Mario Maker, and Mario Maker seems to come out louder than this game. But the music in this game is good enough that I feel like I have not really appreciated it enough just from playing at low volume locally. Should probably just get my headset on this thing, but in the meantime, let's pop the save block, pick up whatever key item was awaiting us at the front desk, and talk to some of these guys. Audio is fine? Okay, yeah. Looking for a room, go check at the front desk. He's just pacing. Yeah, that's what I do too. Lobbies. This guy did not appreciate missing his continental breakfast. Talk to this guy behind a desk? Or does he react? Oh, no. He forces you to talk to him across the desk. Sleeping in a desert is an option. Professor Toad, okay. This seems terribly insecure. I feel like this hotel is opening itself up to all kinds of liability when it comes to the safety of guests. That does not seem safe. Like, that's the kind of thing that get you sued. Or at least get you a 1-star rating on TripAdvisor if a guest has just the wrong kind of experience with their room being invaded. This place has been skating by on the strength of its ancient murals for a long time. I mean, it is quite nice. Lovely decor. This building that probably used to be some kind of Toad palace. Yeah, it seems like hotels are supposed to have policies against that sort of thing when it comes to just handing over the keys. You know, at least calling up to the room or something. No tub for tub surfing. Oh yeah, it's this guy. I love how the sort of design at the back is this guy who's facing what looks like the spout of a fountain and just going, yeah, whatever. You can kind of tell how this guy was a good match for this room. You know, given his attitude towards surfing on the fountain was, eh, whatever. No tub, though. I mean, there is supposedly a pool. This guy liked a pool. And I don't think they're just referring to the Oasis. Hey, let's see what that guy wants to tell me. The new management won't do anything about the racket coming from next door. He's probably just referring to the jumping guy. And that's more unreadable text. Going to be quite a lot to unlock once we do make some of that readable. I actually don't know, given the pacing of this chapter, if I will be on long enough to play all the way to the next developmental in this session. Given that I think we'd have to acquire the partner first and acquire a series of key items along the way. But I'll see how much longer I can go. I was not expecting this to be too lengthy a session. So yeah, that is probably the professor's room next door, but I don't want to check it yet because I want to explore. So in the meantime, we have more unreadable text. Yes, the professor is potentially our companion. What's an ancient one? Whoever's in the next room over won't shut up about him. These walls are too thin. Yeah, it looks like that is the professor's room. Might even be our companion, like the Goombella equivalent in this game, who will identify enemies and tell us their HP. On the other hand, it could just be a regular old toad who happens to be slightly professorial. Okay, so look at this. This is going to give us a whole bunch of clues. A comic wall. More mysterious lettering. So yeah, it looks like this is going to tell us about 4 eyes, like 4 separate towers that all gaze upon this central location, as you can see in this illustration here. Right, because you will remember, of course, that there was that one spot in the tower that had the red circle, which seems to flag a location for the fire elemental to light the cauldron, as we are seeing in this diagram. And this is, of course, the clue that we followed earlier to give us the singing location in the desert. So that was valuable. Yeah, this one I don't know yet. This one. But it kind of gives us a clue as to what the quest progression should be if the first 2 images are in fact related. In terms of having a pattern of tower activation, that will be necessary. Is this the Professor's Suite? Didn't seem like it. Oh, wrong set of keys. Let's go back downstairs to the other room. We down or upgraded your friend to a different room. He's on the first floor in one of our basic rooms. Basic but stylish room. So something is going on in this room, and it is suspicious, but I guess the key matches the downstairs room instead. So glad we checked this place first. Past all the hint art. And okay, let's see what's going on here. Here we are through this doorway, the first door on your left. I wonder if we could have checked this earlier, in fact. Just out of sequence. I always wonder about how games handle things out of sequence, and this one seems fairly strict. For the most part. We'll just take over his room, though. Olivia's gonna lie down. She's totally over poor Bobby already. Well, I mean, there's this very obvious looking book over here. Archaeology log, day 20. At long last, a clue. This may unlock the secrets of the Ancient Ones. I have recently discovered an ancient treasure, an item that could prove a key in my research. I've loosely translated its name as Sun Incense, and it appears to play a role in certain ancient ceremonies. I've obtained the Sun Incense from the sniffet for a fair price. I now make for the Sun Altar. So maybe that was that yellow pool of stuff that we saw at the altar. Unless, I mean, like an incense stick that needs to be dipped in it. Maybe there's a key item that is a stick of incense. And what else do we have here? Well, let's go back to the altar. We didn't see him there last time, but then we had not yet gone this far in quest progression. And we've explored this space pretty exhaustively in the meantime, so let's just go all the way back to the altar for a pleasant drive. This fountain's totally drained now. I kind of wonder if anything here can be reactivated if we wanted to. Crank this up again? I guess not. And let's continue. Okay. Not much else has changed here on the outside. Yeah, let's hop out for another pleasant drive. This guy seems to have returned from his long adventure, being propelled up to the sign. Well, he seemed to appreciate our proof of concept. This guy's still hanging around, indicating that Professor Toad can indeed demonstrate his mastery of languages. So let's get back to the altar. Unless any surprises are in the way. That's very suspicious. Ask a cactus. You can whistle for the car. I actually haven't used that in any meaningful capacity. I don't know, the UI tends to give us a clue for how to do that, but yeah, whistling for the car, not something that I actually had to do at any point, even though Olivia trying to hint at that. So let's head over to the Sun Altar. And it's going to be a fairly pleasant drive. Back here, and we'll see if anything at this location has changed. Not yet, it seems. Professor's keys are not going to do anything. Okay, so he was making it here. What kind of clues do we have to work with? Oh, here's a toad in the middle of nowhere. We just rescued him earlier. So it could be that Professor Toad was somehow intercepted. And... oh. No, that's just dry bones. Something important over there. Is there anything we didn't check in the meantime? As a location, this was with one of the other toads we had rescued, so that's not going to be too significant. So we're missing some kind of key item that will allow us to interact with the altar. Looks like we are looking for somewhere that we can find the sun incense, and it may be that the thing to do is actually to head back to town, now that I think about it. And just kind of collect clues again, because I thought the clue was pointing us pretty distinctly towards the sun altar. I could always just pop open a hint and ask Olivia, but to be honest, I'm not too keen on doing that. However, I am a key holder, and as the key holder, I have access to shortcuts. And given that I have access to shortcuts, that gives me quest progression. And possibly some new areas to work with. Okay, scorching sandpaper, far west. Yeah, there we go. New areas all around. That's going to be the answer. Let's just head up here. Whoops, probably shouldn't have nuked that before we hit the question block. I could always just reload this zone to see if the crates come back and give me a better, more durable point of access to that block again. Mario's going to lose his driver's license? Joke's on you, he doesn't have a license. However, yeah, it's too bad that it seems like I nuked my chance to get this thing. You would think that this is ultimately completable though, so it could be that eventually we have another shot at it once this zone has been Given some opportunity to reload. We don't actually need all this confetti. Or do we? Yeah, I mean, you know, this guy who drives around in Mario Kart looks like he has a license. You know, constantly tossing banana peels to people on the road. I see, so each of these is going to unlock one of these shiny locations when you interact with them in quite that way. This is going to give me yet another tower. So yeah, we haven't checked Far East yet. Is that our first time in Far West? But it looks like that, as was indicated by the clues on a mural earlier, that we are going to have 4 different tower activations to work with here. So let's just check this guy quickly in case there is a key item at the top level. And no, once again, it is going to be a fire-based activation. Once again, though, we have a distinct geometry to work with. So ultimately, we will need pieces of different shapes. This is the one with the circles. We've seen square and triangle as well. And we'll see what the final one is when we get to it. More confetti, but also a toad clue. Don't know where that toad clue is pointing just yet, but could be somewhere here. There we go. Game sound down again. Okay, 1 second. Always glad to have a prompt alert of that. That's the 3rd time it's happened this stream. It had not happened with Paper Mario previously, so I don't know why it's acting up. Probably just something to do with my computer. Possibly even the operating temperature here. Okay, he likes to take the road less traveled. That's it for toads in this area. Yeah, okay, thank you for alerting me to that, as usual. We could just get that fixed up. Really wish I had a more permanent solution to that, because it is a recurring issue, as you know from extensive experience watching me here. So, what are we looking at? We have not yet checked Far East. We'll do that, and that's the final zone we need to look at. And still no new clues. But this is a brand new area that could only unlock once we were past the hotel portion of the quest. Dig at your own risk, we're totally digging. I think my eyes can kind of track. Some of them were. I can't actually dig, though. I don't have a digging power yet. And I suspect that I would need a Professor Toad companion as my local archaeologist in order to begin digging, in order to check some of the glowing spots, for instance. So I don't actually have a way to interact with that yet, but we have a sense of what that location will involve. Little background for selfies, that would seem mildly anachronistic. Meantime, let's do a bit more patching. And okay, that's it for the holes. This place is whole once again. And we'll check the tower. I'm sure that will give us something critical. Notice, of course, the presence of a save block by each tower. So that's the fourth and final tower, I believe, and we'll take a peek. Looks like another one that is dependent on a square piece. And we still don't have anything usable. Make that happen. Well, we've checked every tower at this point, and still nothing at the sun altar so much as I know. So there is just some kind of interaction we're probably missing, but let's head back to town and see if anything has altered. Could also just take a good look at that clue earlier once again. Seemed like the clue was pointing us towards the sun altar though, so I don't know if our access to those new locations actually had an effect on anything. Also notice that I am still thinking about how to access this location back here. I don't think it will be from the hotel though. The other thing that we can check is whether Luigi is still under construction. Okay, let's head back and check this. In the meantime, we'll just head back here and see if there was anything vital that should have been taken into account. Sun incense. So he traded it with a sniffet, and then he made for the sun altar. We did not actually find him at the sun altar. That's a thing. I wonder if I just missed something there. Could be that whoever traded it as the sniffet might also provide a clue. So perhaps we should look once again at the merchants. Locked door up here is almost certainly still locked. Hang on. Yeah, gonna be nothing. The other thing we can do is maybe check the singing location once more. The sun altar is our only meaningful clue, other than the acquisition of the incense from whoever was selling that thing. So, did I talk to the sniffet in the right alleyway of the hotel? Like over the right alleyway of the hotel. You mean in the pool room? Yeah, I thought I did. Oh, we did go back to him. He told us about it at the front desk earlier. Oh, I guess he was not referring to the keys. We actually did have a conversation with him, and as soon as I saw the front desk and we had the interaction with the keys, I just completely forgot about that. So why don't we check this thing? Thanks for your help, front desk sniffet. Do we have mail? Okay. Well, that saved me a lot of time, thank you. Yeah, I totally talked to that guy, and that totally was the clue, and because I did that before all of our interactions here at the front desk, I just thought the keys were the item. Okay, sure. So we'll take that to the sun altar and we'll see what the interaction is. Wonder if that's going to be the interaction that gives us the fire elemental in the middle of the desert. Because there is a safe block there, as though we are to expect something dramatic to happen. Of course, at this point, we're still unable to read anything. So I'm guessing that maybe we need to just rescue Professor Toad by activating the sun incense at the altar ourselves. So that's going to be the next thing I try. Obviously, there's not much interaction that can be done at the towers until such time as we unlock the power of fire. And so yeah, we'll just run around and do that. If we do unlock the power of fire, it is likely that I'll just stop there, given that from previous chapters we have some sense of scale in terms of how long it takes to get from the power unlock to the actual cutting of the ribbon. And that's going to be a pretty full-sized quest chapter on its own, so we'll just do this quickly. We may have to call it after that, but it depends on whether or not this is going to spawn some kind of boss, or if it's just going to give me the Toad Companion quickly so we can actually read some text. You see that we've opened up a second row of the key item inventory. It's smoking. And the smoke is so fragrant, like a sunny day. Does it just reactivate the sun? Or does it do something else? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Well, everything is going to get whipped up in a storm. Okay, looks like we have an adventure segment. I think I do need to get in the boot. If I'm allowed to. Oh. I don't think it's a cactus. I think it's something considerably greater. Look at this Pokey. It's a Meche Pokey. That is dramatic. And he's going to try to slam me down, so let's get in the boot. Oh, I see. We have a couple of weak points to work with at the back. The base. Let's hop in. Otherwise, I will not really be able to build up enough speed to outrun this guy. Okay. He's going to try to slam. If he tries to slam, we'll get out and we'll try to hit him on either side. Come on, slam, slam, slam. There we go. And we don't actually need the HP replenishment just yet. I don't think it's going to stick around waiting for us though, so might as well confirm that 50 points is the amount of damage we're working with. The overworld interactions in this chapter have really taken off between this and the Blooper Blooper earlier. That we're seeing quite a lot more of what's going on outside of the standard ring battle system. Oh, whoops. That was a big mistake. That was also a huge mistake. I was in the rolling path and wow. Can we move faster somehow? Yes, using the car. This kind of reminds me of one of the bosses from Pikmin, actually. I might want to pop a mushroom at this point, just for safety. Rarely have to do that on the field, but I wonder if I can actually send us upwards. Yes, but we take the damage, and that's not how we get the car, so... Wasn't there a button to summon the car? Whoops. Okay. Okay, did not expect him to roll in this way. Oh, we are in so much trouble. So much trouble. Looks like he's going to stop, though. So, is there a way I can retrieve... Oops. Whistle. I don't remember what the control for the whistle actually is, to be honest. Oh, this whistle. Yeah. I forgot we had that, because I had not been using it. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, we've received several clues about that, and every time I just missed that. And that's okay. We'll get a slam. Should have been fairly obvious that the key item would have been a way to do that, but sometimes do have a lot of tunnel vision for supposedly obvious things. Oh, whoops. Got blown away from the wind barrier there, and so that was not great. We just need to get in close, though, to whack this guy on the head, and that's the final seal. And there is Professor Toad. Okay, so... this guy is mistaking Olivia for one of the Ancient Ones. He could very well be correct. For that matter, we know very little about what Olivia and her brother King Ollie really are. And he can read, so... okay, let's go around and actually read some of the text. The Ancient Ones are people who existed in this geographical region a long time ago. Interesting. Ah, Captain Toad. Now, interesting because the Captain Toad of legend is the one who has the ship that is in the museum. It may eventually launch us into space. And okay, he was conducting research on this very altar. Yeah, rather surprised, but we knew this guy was coming. So he's going to be our new companion. Hopefully he doesn't blow himself up like the last one. And yeah, eventually I guess that ship in the museum is going to be relevant to our interests. So why don't we go back to the hotel and uncover some of these clues and see how things are going. Might want to check some of the towers in the meantime. Given that there's readable text all over the place. Oh, Electro Dude, you weren't around for that earlier. Bobby is a Bob-omb, and I suppose the life cycle of the Bob-omb is something that requires some sensitive handling when explaining it to children and to other sensitive minds. But, okay, so he's willing to dig. Yeah, sorry, I guess you were maybe slightly spoiled on that, but you know. I guess you're not too concerned about spoilers if you're watching this stream. But yeah, that was actually one of the first things we did in this segment today. Earlier on anyway, like we did the first part of this chapter, and Bobby, well, you know, he does what Bob-ombs do. Yeah, well, now you know. Now you know. Yeah, I guess you've been able to enjoy the game vicariously in the meantime. He seems to enjoy the fuel efficiency. I don't know if he particularly cares for Olivia's singing, but... we've seen this already. I don't know if Professor Toad has any strong opinions about that. I kind of want to bring Professor Toad back to the museum just to see if he comments on the spaceship. Oh, no, he's going to wait. Okay, so he refuses to leave the desert, and he will not see the ship in a museum. So never mind. We'll just go back and rejoin him. Okay. We are back. Let's continue. Let's actually check the tower. Now that we actually have some writing that may be worth decoding. Oh, look, the cauldron has actually been lit. This one was already previously lit. To find my eye would be a feat. Unless you look around my feet. So we just need to dig around some glowing spots in this area. Down by his feet. Sorry, what? Review his notes in the ancient text? Okay, how does this go? Yeah, let's just walk through the tower activation. I guess we need to dig around here somewhere. Don't know if there is a particularly suspicious location, but look at this. It's almost like it's peeling off. Don't see any glowing spots, though. At least not currently. If only he had lived in ancient times. But there's some glowing spots that we had not checked. There's coins and hammers and all that. That was just a pokey, okay. Don't remember if this actually gave... Pardon me. Don't remember if this actually gave me a diggable location. Shriveled max up heart, okay. So you actually can dig in non-glowing, unmarked locations. And that actually seems important because digging around the toad feet over here is going to be a vital interaction. So we have to keep that in mind, that digging in suspicious spots actually does stuff. Probably not going to be terribly completionist about it, as before. But let's dig around feet then. Yeah, you see this little spot here? That looks suspicious. There we are. Okay, let's plug it in. And to see from the label on this tower that it is going to be a diamond tower. And we knew that already anyway, so let's just plug that in. So yeah, some of the locations that seem to be dead ends earlier are suddenly now quite relevant. I'm gonna rotate the tower. Yeah, that's how we're eventually going to break Calamity Ganon's hold over the yellow ribbon. Or some of the other ones are going to require activating the cauldrons. Something I don't have the ability to do just yet. So somewhere along the way, the elemental will be a requirement. On almost all the other towers, in fact. So, let's check around here again. I think it was here that we had the southern location that led us to the secret cafe. I don't know if there are any diggable spots there, but that seems like a natural location that is worth checking. And here we are once again. No, it wasn't here, was it? Okay, yes. Mostly just coins. Some of them are, of course, actual collectible treasure. And yeah, we'll just run around here and poke around at anything awfully suspicious. Like this. And here's the boot car. Alright, let's check this side once again. See if there is any digging we can do. Of course, we could also just grab some ice flowers, and look at that, that looks very diggable. This shadow here. No, that's the shadow of Dabu, okay. Never mind. That was once again just a boo. Okay. Nothing much to dig over there then. We fought those guys many times before, so I don't mind skipping for the moment. Our companion is going to be terrified. Okay, fine, we'll just fight this guy. 3 spots over on the second ring. And a quick hammer blow will probably do the trick. Meantime, let's get back out to the vehicle and check the other tower locations and ancient texts. Probably just more coin spots, but we'll take it. And in the meantime, we'll just continue on back to the main zone. We eventually make our way back to the hotel. I mean, we can, in the meantime, see some of the towers, even though they can't be activated just yet. We can collect the clues to get the various keys in order. So yeah, this will be the other location we can check. There was no tower on the right side, but there might be some diggable locations there that are important. In the meantime, we'll just kind of clear out some of these locations and then progress from there. Okay. That looks great. Let's try to get a full shiny hammer over here just to get rid of the mecha, I hope. That will do enough damage, great. And yeah, let's go Shiny Iron for once. I think it should do enough. Just enough, in fact. Shiny Iron will, in fact, take out the Poke Stack. Oh, look at that. Wow, that is quite an attack. His Dig This attack seems to have a hammer-like splash range and does a considerable amount of damage, so using that as the finisher is going to do some wonders if we leave a hammer cluster alive at the very end. Okay, this will be part of the solution. We just need to move this back. Yeah, leaving the hammer cluster alive is okay then. Let's go Shiny Iron once again. Okay, didn't quite get a perfect hit on the second one there, but let's just hammer these guys the standard way. And hopefully we have the professor there inflicting a finisher. Okay, let's wreck this. Oh, whoops. No. Forgot. Can't do that. My mistake. The dry bones will probably eventually wake up. And we'll just smash it in the head once again. Meantime, just going to check every slot. And every similarly suspicious location. We do, of course, have enough cash to buy that remaining accessory that we had not yet collected. Don't really need the confetti at the moment. We can just crash into things and comment on the fuel efficiency in the meantime. See if there's anything else we can uncover here as a potential digging location. Not so much here, but we do see a toad that's all the way at the back. Disguised once again as a cactus. Okay, so that's it for the toad recovery in this zone. Let's move on up and see what this clue is going to be. Hey, Hyperion Smokestack, welcome. Probably only going to take this chapter as long as it takes to get to the Fire of Elemental, but obviously, as you know from experience by now, I'm sure, the pacing is quite a bit different from what we had seen in the previous chapters. Beneath the feet of twins entwined in needles. Okay. So we need to look for some two identical cacti. Here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think even from the first two streamer segments, I realized that doing one streamer per sitting in this game was something that was totally not practical, so I only started the yellow streamer chapter today, continuing from where we left off previously. And naturally this eye will not do anything yet because the cauldron has not been lit. And so yeah, I'm not going to finish the yellow streamer this sitting. I have no expectation that that will happen. Yeah, you only made it through ice. Oh, for some reason I thought the last one was going to be wind. Of course, I was just extrapolating from how the elements are usually arrayed. In context of Mario, I guess it does make sense for it to be ice. I was so expecting that it would be fire and wind that would be remaining, but our expectations have been subverted, so yeah, doing pretty well with this. I did set a new record in the Battle Lab at the beginning of the stream. I managed to get a high score of 12, and there is still plenty of room for improvement on that score. And yeah, in the meantime, just progressing through this gently. I've been definitely having a really heavy Nintendo week, though. Like, this has been my heaviest streaming week to date, simply because I am trying to balance this game against Maker 2. Yeah, I really enjoy the speed challenge in the Battle Lab, and I'm somebody who normally doesn't enjoy strict time constraints in my puzzle solving. I find that trying to solve the patterns efficiently is actually very satisfying. The standard mode in the Battle Lab is more of a basic trainer in that it repeats a lot of the same patterns, and so you only really increase speed through execution, because once you solve the puzzles, you solve the puzzles. But the survival mode does throw puzzles at you in a random order, and so it's much more interesting in that it's always going to keep you on your feet. So, really fascinated by how some enemies, like the boos, have been implemented in this battle system as well, in terms of how they interact with everything you've seen. I say that, of course, while dodging that particular encounter. And yeah, we just got Professor Toad unlocked a little before he came in, so just going to poke around in the meantime and see what else can be done. This was just a snake segment, so there's nothing here. I think I did look at this pretty exhaustively earlier on, but also don't know if there's anything that would be worth digging. Oh, I guess I kind of found that by accident. Huh. I didn't even receive a clue for that. But I'm kind of glad, perhaps, that we are in fact allowed to progress by accident. It does mean that I should be checking all of these in case there's anything else going on in these suspicious locations. I don't mind the boos. They, I mean, I haven't seen very complex setups with them just yet, but I don't mind them at all. I think it's kind of an interesting spin on what you can do with this. Also, Bobby's fate was something that we perhaps didn't quite see coming. Even though, as a Bob-omb, we should have known not to expect anything else. The clue to that one frustrated you, so it's good that I found it already. Well, might as well do this efficiently, if not always intentionally. You're still convinced he's okay, even though he appeared to you in spirit form? Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, Bob-omb logic in Paper Mario seems to be inconsistent on that score, in that, you know, if you think back to Thousand Year Door, Admiral Bobbery was blowing himself up all the time. This is wrong. I need to... Hang on. You only have 2 moves. Okay, so why don't I spin this? Spin the top. Hang on just a second. I did this completely wrong. Yeah, no, I clearly needed some kind of line move first in order to do this one. Hang on. This is going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. Let's just go with that. It's wrong, but we'll do it this way. I probably just misread something very obvious there. I'm being briefly distractible, but we know that our companion is going to lob something big at this whole cluster. So it's probably wiser to take out either end as fast as we can. But, I don't know. He'll take out some cluster. I have not actually tried out the Hurl Hammer yet, so let's try to Hurl Hammer on this guy in the back. Not going to be the most efficient attack, given that we're only going to hit one guy, but... yeah, I definitely didn't have the launch timing for that down either. Yeah, this particular battle has been a bit of an abject disaster. You're convinced he was standing on a shiny object moles found, huh? Okay. Well, I don't know. He seemed to have accepted his fate, so... let's just nuke these guys. Yeah, I didn't understand the Hurl Hammer timing at all, but that was the first time I'd ever seen it, so... oh, this guy's still a 4-stack. We haven't done any damage to him yet. They clearly have an HP pool of about 28. And yeah, Electrodune, have a good lunch. See you in a bit if we are still on at that time. I don't know if I will be. And yeah, we'll move around and try to get back to the other 2 towers for the remaining clues. You need to leave soon? Yeah. Like I said, don't really expect that I'll be staying on for that much longer. Work starts in 10 minutes, okay. Well, have fun with that as much as you are able. And if you're particularly curious about how I did on something, you can always check the VODs afterwards, which I am saving as completely as possible. We had a few audio issues on the stream today, but hopefully that didn't wreck too much stuff. I completely forgot about this block again. I told myself last time I have to leave this alive so I can actually jump to the question block, and I still smash it every time. We know from these previous segments that smashing everything gives me a digging spot. She's asking the professor to sing, and we didn't hear an answer, which is too bad because there was that microphone that we found in the middle of the desert. This seems like a bit of an important location as well. The crates have already respawned for me once. I smashed them the first time. It might be quest progression, it might be some kind of zone loading. In fact, I think I actually did load into Toad Town once when I warped. And so if it reloaded the whole desert area, that might have reset its state. So that's one thing that's quite possible, is just warping back in here from a different zone entirely. I will want to come back and check that block eventually, I'm sure. Didn't think so. But we'll perhaps actually obtain the clue to the circle. Eclipse the sun above the lake, a buried eye is yours to take. Okay, something to do with the Mirror Lake then. We'll have to keep that in mind. Smash some pokies with the cart in the meantime. Oh, I see. Yeah. So you actually did preserve that and smashed it up anyway. That's what happens when you're so accustomed to jump on B in every standard Mario context. I do make that mistake here at a time as well. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a toad check. Just need to keep our eye on the clumps. The toads. There's one. Whoops. Okay, I thought that was going to be close enough, but it's like there's a very specific tile you need to sit on. Huh. Guess not. Okay. I mean, we did get the coin locations. So maybe... It certainly looks like we're supposed to uncover toads there, though. Huh. Oh, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to approach that by stealth. I haven't used this at all, and this seems to be the first opportunity I've had to... Oops. No, they see me. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is kind of a mixing and identifying game, so I don't know why I thought that would work, but let's perhaps turn this back off then. There we go, that's one. Just need to hit it accurately. I did not mentally track the other one this time, so let's up that back up. See where that clump is going to wind up. Top location. There we go. Fairly simple. Yeah, I mean, I guess Nintendo has been making A and X an alternative to B and Y as the jump and dash buttons for some time when it comes to 2D platforming and when it comes to standard Mario. Like, they've made that available for a while. Partly because they've had to accommodate a lot of alternate button layouts ever since the 2-button layout on the Wii, or NSMD Wii. I don't quite remember if that was the case on a DS as well, although I think it might have been. Let's grab this clue. But we already had this clue solved, of course. I just want to look at it anyway. So yeah, thank you for dropping by regardless and saying hello. And we'll see how long it takes me to get a little further. I think you'll be remaining ahead of me for some time. What did this even say? Near walls of waves, a fire's place. An eye is there by earth encased. I can see why that would be a little bit opaque. A bit opaque if you don't read a fire's place as a fireplace. Yeah, that could be something that takes some time, but luckily we have just kind of blundered into it. And of course, no way of lighting this just yet, but we'll get there. And in the meantime, let's head over to the Oasis, as that seems like our best bet for the final key item. But yeah, might not even get to developmental tonight. But we will see about that. We can, of course, afford this accessory now. Let's just plug it in anyway. Probably don't need to make life that much easier for myself, but whatever. We bought this stuff. We may as well use it. I don't know if there is a bit of a trade-off for any of these, like if you can earn more coins without them, but might as well use that buffer. Okay, so we need to... You see, now that we have camouflaged the sun, look at that. We blocked it. Then do we dig in this location? Yes, we do. That was simple. It's actually surprisingly simple. So why don't we plug that one in, and then we'll come back to town and see what else we can do with translations. That will give us a sense of how much more there is to do in this segment before we can start lighting all of the torches. In the meantime, let's just pop in here. And install this. Oh, that's relatively straightforward. And on we go. Okay, so let's get out of here and read as many translations as we can in town. Welcome to Shroom City. Looks like the Shrooms had perhaps vacated this place for some time. Don't know if there was anything in here. I don't believe there was. Was this readable text? A desert help kiosk? What's this guy doing? No, we don't need help. But I guess the presence of a hint stop would have been really quite welcomed by some players for sure, I think, just given the nature of some of the puzzle interactions we saw there. We had, of course, boat in that location previously. This looks like a toad. And then we'll see what else can be restored. This might give us some clue as to how to progress. Shroom City Royal Palace, long before it was converted into a hotel. It certainly looked like it was a former palace from what I could see, as that would be what provided for a lot of those murals, so it will be left to our imagination what kind of schismatic warfare has occurred to eventually lead to the Sniffit takeover. Look for a treasure. Did someone say treasure? Okay. Yeah, he regrets his life choices. Regrets them intensely. And we'll just continue. There's more to read inside a hotel, of course. More toads to uncover. Luigi's stand is not yet open, by the looks of it. But yeah, we'll just continue traversing around here and see if we can read any clues about the location of the Fire of Elemental. Finally reunited. Well, I mean, let's see if we can take this guy back to the room first, in case that affects anything whatsoever. There seemed to be a Number of things to read in each of the rooms. Shroom City Chronicle, Chapter 3, Shroom's Dynasty's Golden Age. Sharing the wealth, ruling rules. Oh, I see. So that's just a caption for it. The illustration that we see there. Pop that guy out. Yep, good service. And we'll just check each of the rooms once again so we can read more about what Shroom City was before the hotel conversion. Eternal King Shroom's rests in the Temple of Shrooms. Oh, we're not that far yet. That looks like it might be something relevant. I guess Shrooms is just a play on Ramses. Shroomsies. Let's maybe try to read 1 and 2 in order. Just to see what the text is telling us. Birth of King Shroomsies. Life begins in a sandpaper desert. So yeah, that's the fellow that's being depicted on all of these illustrations. Here's the jumping guy's room. He's still jumping around. King Shroomsies looks quite a lot larger than the normal toad. It looks like something of human scale that has a toad head. Black water and massive coinage. Shroomsies finds water, which is flow. It seems like he's actually kind of struck oil, capitalizing on the oil economy of the desert. And so yeah, let's hit the save block and go upstairs and see what else we can encounter. Seems like we've understood most of these things so far. When all 4 toads align their eyes, a shroomy temple shall arise. The fabled Temple of Shrooms. Like the Temple of Doom. It's said there was once a colossal structure in this desert built by the Ancient Ones. I guess that would be the peak of where they are shining. But it seems like the series of constraints is such that we must unlock the firepower before we reach the temple. So that's the next thing we must do. Firepower will be a thing that is essential. Yeah, we know how that's going to work, we just need some way to unlock red power. And this is going to be the clue that we need, I think. Find 6 devout and gather all the fire spirits they will call. Okay, so that's new material. Find 6 devout and they will call. Okay, so to meet the developmental same, the ritual is like a game. The 6 devout will back this claim. So it looks like we need to return to the microphone in the desert, because that's the performance that we were doing. What does this arrow mean? Sweet, I see your thesis. Okay. So this is why we were locked so far, was that we had unlocked the microphone location. And Luigi's hanging out here. Okay. So seems like our dear professor was displaced. And yeah, because it looks like this illustration continues, it would presumably tell you, this is like a speech bubble. The speech bubble tells you what kind of speech you must make or song you must sing in order to activate whatever's going on in that circle. We know that there was the microphone there, and that Olivia was able to sing into it. What we don't know is what the sacred words are to complete the ritual of summoning. So we'll do that. But first, let's see if Luigi has opened his doors at the magic lamp. Looks like it's actually a Sniffit who's manning the fortune shop. Step right up, step right up. You could win 10,000 coins. Yeah, we'll do it. Simply guessed Sniffitly mood. This seems like a scam. Reading his face. He is snickering. Yes. There's almost certainly some way to cheat this game. Some kind of actual solution that allows you to do something successful. I think every answer will be wrong until such time as you find the key that allows you to solve this properly. There is definitely some way to counter-scam him. We just haven't discovered what it is. And in the meantime, he'll just stare very deeply into my soul. Losing costs your freedom. Please kindly make your way to the freedom containment chamber without any fuss. Let's lose our freedom. I wonder if that gives us a game over, or if we can actually pay in. I mean, it might just be a gold check, but... Oh, okay. So it actually is a game over check. I don't think I hit the save block just now, so, I mean, this is Paper Mario. It tends to be fairly serious about its game over checks. Alright, fine. What a scam. What a massive scam. He's going to stare very deeply into my soul. Freedom Containment Chamber seems a little bit overpowered, I think. Because it seems like there's no way to actually beat this thing, and so he just kind of bleeds your money until such time as you pass each successive check. I kind of imagine that he's already captured Luigi ahead of us. But this might also just be a coin check. And of course, it would not be the first major coin check we've encountered in the quest. This is definitely going to be wrong. We just don't have the solution. And we don't know if at any point he is lying. Oh, okay. I don't think the actual answer order ever, in fact, matters. That was totally a scam. However, it does open up a back path through the tent, because that's going to be important, because that will allow me to traverse this location up here. And that's going to give me a toad. Oh, got his freedom back for free. Guess the containment chamber really just consists of a series of crates. I do sort of wonder if we could have triggered game over. If I had saved right before that, I definitely would have tried it. But this is Paper Mario. It is sometimes serious about that kind of thing. So why don't we just rub the lamp? It's going to give me a Luigi genie, I think. Okay, that's one way to spawn Luigi. Oh, that is the soul containment chamber. Okay. This is probably just a room key. Sweet. A key to the suite. Luigi, oh dear. Oh, a sweet key. Okay. That's another localization challenge right there. Alright. Let's scan around a little bit more then. Yeah, I didn't trust him either. I don't know if we'll be able to have a rematch with him at some point just to capture his soul in return. It does look like we have an entire segment over here that we have not been able to enter just yet, but that'll have to wait for some restoration of the stairs, as far as I can tell. Unless there's anything that we can spawn for assistance. In the meantime, though, Luigi's going to be out of here. I don't really know where he went. I wasn't paying attention when he spoke. But that has popped the L out of the lamp and just move on. Okay, let's continue. And what do we got here? We will now see what the sacred words to be spoken really are. And yeah, we have a translation right there. It appears to depict some kind of ancient ritual. You can see some fancy dance moves from the Emperor Shroomsies. It is also oddly specific about who must perform the ritual's special incantation. The text suggests that it must be performed by someone with a melodic voice and mega pipes. I feel like Olivia is going to very enthusiastically volunteer for this job. She's going to be crazy about it. She loves singing. Massive stage fright. She's elated to do it. She loves to do it. So she's going to be taught the ritual. Hear me. Fire. Burning. Something, something. A flame. Okay, and then teach her the ritual dance in the meantime. That's going to be difficult to execute. Okay, so we'll just go back to the ritual location and check that after we, of course, see if there's anything that can be done with this room. Looks like it is just a brick that we can tap. I don't know if anything can be done with the pillows in the meantime. Jumping around on the bed. Also don't know if this will be matched by a block up here. Of course it will be. After a while, you do just learn how to read these spatial clues. Hey, Electro Dude. Almost finished with this segment. We just need Olivia to sing a song. We managed to rub a genie's lamp and spit Luigi out of it. It looked like there was perhaps a forced game over that was tucked into the game in classic Paper Mario style, but I didn't trigger it because I couldn't remember if I had actually hit the save block before doing that. So there was a little bit of a game that nearly robbed us of our soul. And pity any player who did not go into that with enough coins to cover the bill. In the meantime, though, I am reaching, I think, probably the point at which we can unlock the fire boss, and once we get past a fire boss, I will definitely call it, because there's a temple unlock after that that we will not have time to do. Like, there is quite a lot remaining in this chapter. In the meantime, we will... Oh, I didn't actually look for Luigi over here by the shops. I don't know if he is still hanging around in town. Doesn't seem so. So yeah, I hope you had a good lunch. And in the meantime, we'll just return to the singing location, if I can find it. If I remember where it is. We did see it much earlier. I think it was actually in the main desert area as we entered. And yeah. In the meantime, we did uncover some of the lore about the Shroom City and Toad Palace. It was the home of the ancient Toad King Shroomazes, the pharaoh of the toads. And of course, it is that modern palace that, through no doubt thousands of years of histories of bitter sectarian warfare, crusades and so on, that it was then put under control of the Snivets, who converted the palace into a hotel. Okay, so here's the location we want. We now have Olivia trained on a ritual. Let's do this. My heart's a-burnin'. Let's do it. And there are some dance moves that are involved. Well, as far as ancient summoning rituals go, this is pretty snazzy. And that's almost certainly just going to call down the boss. Okay, oh, you can't hear a song. Oh no, that's a terrible time for it to blink out. Hang on just a second. That is an absolutely terrible time to lose sound. Let's see if we can actually get it done again. Let me just get the scene to finish up first. I think maybe I can get her to sing it twice, though, because she's able to sing some of the previous songs repeatedly. Don't force me to go inside. I do want to stay out. Okay, let's... Oh, and the microphone is dead. Oh, okay, we just missed our opportunity at it. That's too bad. Darn. That's a terrible fate, to have it flip out at that precise second. Okay, maybe we'll have another opportunity to show that off. That is so bad that we lost sound precisely at a moment when we needed it most. For the purposes of the summoning ritual. Well. Yeah, and you could only really do that once. Of course, we could just restore this from the previous save point. In fact, that maybe not a bad idea, given that we just hit the save block before getting here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Last save. Can I actually restore from the last save? Let me see if I can tap out of this and somehow restore from save. But because, no, I do want to show off the song. So just give me a moment here. I think I'll probably just reset the game. Just give me a minute and we'll try to get that going. Yeah. Let's just try to tap out of here and recover. There's no direct way to get back to the main menu, I think, but I'll just exit the game and get back in. Restart, restart. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to get that recorded anyway, so. Hang on. I just tap into my profile. And if we can get this going, just a minute. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I'd want to go back and enjoy the recording anyway, so let's just go back and redo the ritual. We seem to have basically auto-saved going into this zone. Going to grab the coins once again, just to be absolutely diligent about it. Yeah, good thing you pointed out that we had lost audio at precisely that moment. We have to see this properly. Let's do it. Now, I don't know if this is going to be much of a dungeon crawl. If it does look to be a bit of a dungeon crawl, I may stop at the next save block. If it takes us directly to the boss, that's a different question, but I don't think I'll really do a full temple if that's where it's taking us. You see, it wasn't worth it. Yeah, there was no way I was going to let that sit totally uncaptured. Absolutely worth it. Okay, in the meantime, let's go inside and meet a god. I don't know if the boss fight's going to activate right away, but find out very quickly. Rather hot location. Knocking on the Fire Elemental's front door. Yeah, if it is a full dungeon, I'm not going to start that, I don't think. Because it might be better to retain that for the next session. Let's just peek in here. If it is just a direct run into the boss fight, then we'll see, because it looks like once again that we have no companion accompanying us into the temple, as with Bobby sitting out the last one. Okay. That pattern seems important. Yeah, let's see what we're in for here. We're so close to the boss, though. Maybe I should just wrap it up first. Let's hop in. Might be a bit of a full temple, though. Oh, we're so close. Let's just do the boss. If it's a really big puzzle dungeon, though, I could perhaps regret that choice very quickly. Okay, 2 moves. Certainly seems like moving these into a jump alignment is much better. Let's go shiny boots on the paratroopers. That's enough to take them out. And hammer on these guys. Okay, no worries about the playtest. Good. Yeah, I might have to do it later at this time here, but, you know, given the urgency of the release, we can get back to you rather quickly about that. I am running quite long here, though, so I don't know if I really will do this full tempo. Oh wow, okay, they actually try to toss fire at you. I wonder if I can actually follow them up here, like if I grab one of their buckets, perhaps. Okay, we'll just have to blow up one of them at a time. Whoops. That's a ton of incoming damage. Okay. Yeah, we'll just have to reduce their numbers. Fairly simple. Grab a quick replenishment in the meantime, and that's it. Works for me. What's back here? Nothing. Okay. Oh. I just have to jump over that thing. Unless we have some puzzle interaction that allows me to block it. I might just have to jump over, I think. That did not go well. Oh, that's rather sneezy. Okay, let's wait for this pattern to subside. And then, yeah, not hard to navigate this so far, except... Oh, missed the jump button. Healing bench is going to be much appreciated in this location. Oh, whoops. Once again, couldn't really see where I was going. But we are mostly dealing with these jumping-based challenges. I'd better heal up. Yeah, it should not actually be too long to get back to the boss. If that's ultimately where we're headed. Ice flower seems important here. Ice weapons in general seem important here. They might just be a good idea. Tossing some confetti here is also good, I think. I didn't know if I was going to be within range of that. But now that we know that for sure, that was clearly a pathway forward. Getting sniped like crazy all over the place. And yeah. Okay, save point. And, oh, another one of these, okay. Well, if, yeah, it's a series of action challenges, then to be able to crawl through this relatively quickly. I mean, it's quite a different segment than what we were looking at previously. Okay. And have we taken out enough for these guys to put a stop to their efforts? Seems so. But now they're going to shamble over in a line. Oh wow, okay. Did not expect that. Okay, a little bit chaotic, but we somehow managed to endure all of that. It's a team attack, but it's a team attack on their side. Certainly not on mine. Okay, I was hoping to bash that guy on his way in, but I guess we'll hit with a first strike instead. Okay, so how many moves do I have here? 3. I don't really need 3, although I want them in jump alignment, probably, so... whoops. You know what? I like that. That's probably best. Let's go shiny boots on both. And might as well take these guys out the same way. Now I don't know how I'm doing for boots rather, otherwise. Let's take a look at my weapon selection. Yeah, we still got some flashy boots for some additional damage if we ever need that, so... Given that we have plenty of flashy boots to work with, we might as well plug that in. Okay, we got some fire bros coming up. Might have to start using some ice powers as an attempt to hard counter them. Okay, so much for the bottomless holes in here. And let's rotate the center rings, or really just the outer rings. With 2 moves will be plenty to work with. I actually kind of wonder if Ice Flower is going to hard counter them, as I believe it should. We only have 3 of these, but we can help them anyway and see if they have an elemental effect. First time using an Ice Flower in this game. Oh yeah, it just blows them right up. Look at that. Tons of damage. Yeah, let's go shiny. Don't know if that was actually necessary, but I don't really have all their HP pools down by memory, and so that's what we'll do in the meantime. Not sure how to get up here. I guess I would have to wrap around the left side. We'll keep that in mind as we proceed through this location. And Assault is perch atop the chest. Looks like we probably want to get these guys in hammer range. And we can do Ice Hammer over here. Ice Hammer's got plenty of uses on it, so 45 damage? Yeah, that's just going to nuke him completely. And let's go Iron Boots. Let's see if standard Iron Boots do enough. Just enough, I think. If they're about 20 HP. And yeah, no need to save those for the spiked enemies as a hard counter, I guess. That's going to complete. And so much for the treasures. Looks like we should be coming towards the end of this zone. Yet, I assume that these blocks are as precarious as they look. And we'll get through that quite efficiently. Save block. Looks like we're coming probably pretty close to the end of this segment. Particularly given all the health replenishment we get here. So yeah, that certainly looks like it's going to be the altar or perch or residence of the boss, the Fire Elemental. And so we'll clear this, and that will be the last thing we do. Presumably, depending on how much lead time there is before we hit the next save point afterwards. So, boss time. Okay. He is a flying enemy, so we can't just rely on the ice hammer for the early sequences. We can, however, try to use the water power to water him down. Yeah, using the water power to cool him down is almost certainly the pattern that will be required. So let's just take note of the toad in the background saying, finally, a firefight. Okay, so let's take a look at what the ring layout is going to be, and I'm going to see what's available. The only power currently is the hand power. So given that it's a flying enemy, I do think we will need to probably just try to nuke him directly, actually, and see what kind of powers we can use. Yeah, it's a great boss. Okay, let's try Iron Boots. I don't know if he's going to be very jumpable since this guy is on fire. And then we'll try... I don't want to spend the Ice Hammer yet, but... maybe we can try the Ice Flower. Okay, you can in fact stomp on him, at least with the Iron Boots. I don't know if the standard boots do the same. Its HP went down when it lost those feathers. So we do need to pluck its feathers eventually. Oh, the Ice Flower is just going to miss because it bounces on the ground. Okay, that was a total waste. Now that toad wants ice cream. Okay, so we do need to lower this guy before anything happens. Molten feathers. Oh, wow. Shedding the feathers, however... well, it's going to lay a couple of traps for us, but... we'll see if maybe the hand power will do anything for us. Yeah, maybe plopping that. And yeah, we'll just do a jump power once again. See if the standard jump is going to do anything for us the first time. And a little bit worried about the fire on top of his head, but we'll see. Yeah, that's a problem. You can't jump on top of him this way. You do need iron boots. So. Yeah, right kind of pattern, wrong kind of attack. We have also not activated the hand yet. I don't know if the hand is going to be useful. Please stop giving me hits. I can extinguish them, but I don't have water power just yet, so... Let's see here. Looks like we will want something like that. Oh, that's yikes. If we do want the hands to start to clear out some of this mess. What shall we do? We can, of course, just... Ugh, not great. Not really liking my options here. We can, of course, just take some damage along the way, but don't like this. We can do a little bit of rearrangement here, such that... Ooh, yikes, we're okay in big trouble. Okay, this is gonna be a mess. Let's try to hit the on switch, at the very least. Okay, no, that treasure chest is going to give us some water pools. And that's fine, because the water pools will be what we need to get through this fight. So yeah, let's spray the whole place down. And the treasure chest was the key I was looking for. And we do have a switch activation now, and so that'll be fine, I think. Yeah. Whoops. No, we want that one spot over. Like that. What's used of elemental power should we be working at basically any range. We'll have a bit of a dragon fight. Okay, that's going to spray down the whole place. Do some damage. And in the meantime, also extinguished flames that will hopefully make him vulnerable. He's also on the ground, which means Ice Hammer is probably going to be a good idea. So why don't we just try to get an ice attack going. Rather like that. He is on ground level. Try the hard counter. Only 2 damage. Okay, terrible idea then. We actually did need a jump attack instead. I was hoping for a hard counter for elemental reasons, but we probably should have gone for something like a hand instead. We can still go for a hand. That is going to give me some degree of movement. Not great. Let's try to maybe get a grip on him this way. I don't know if I will be within range to do anything with the hand power, or if I do need to be in melee range to do that. Okay. Rush isn't going to do much at this point. Not really that vulnerable yet. once again, we want to activate the switch for the water power. Hot wings. Okay, he's just going to rekindle itself. I definitely need to pick up some hearts this time. Oh, wow. We do have a 1-up in tow, but... yeah, okay, so we want a couple of things. We want treasure chests, we want 1-ups, hearts, on switch. Can I maybe move this forward? That's probably best. And yeah. Okay. Let's maybe actually burn this turn on a mushroom. Yeah, there goes my progress and my health. That's absolutely true. We're pretty much starting over from scratch. So... yeah, notice that his HP goes down when he takes the feathers out. So if we kind of... we need to remove the feathers from the field, I think. And I'm not exactly clear on how we're going to go about doing that. Very clear to me that I do need to activate a treasure chest in order to get anything to go. The hand attack isn't going to do much, I think, while I am still sitting on everything else, so don't want to burn the hand attack yet once the switch is activated. We can, however, do another Iron Boots jump, perhaps, and yeah, let's see how that goes. Yeah, we need to find a good rush timing when he is vulnerable. Maybe washed on the ground instead of wasting that Ice Flower turn earlier, which I thought was going to work much better than it would. But yeah, we also need some way to perhaps to destroy the feathers that are on the field. And okay, looks like that's going to be our only option for arrows there. Let's see if I can move in a heart or something. That would be great. Also a separate treasure chest. Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, treasure chest here. Inner ring here. And yeah, we'll just wash everything away. That's just going to be more coins. It's not going to give me more water spots. The water spot comes right after the 30-point heal on that heart. Let's just wash it all down. And then perhaps if I get the 1,000-fold arms on the next cycle, that will work a little better. The other thing, too, is that because it is invulnerable at this point... sorry, it is vulnerable at this point, and I do not take damage. We can give him a bit of a beatdown. I wonder if running over the feather spots is actually a good idea at this point. But let's try to replenish some hearts regardless. No, he doesn't pluck them from the ground or anything. Let's just try to beat him down once more. Okay. Not actually going to be that great. I think he's just going to do a full recovery. Yeah, full recovery. Okay, that's not going to be the solution. We're going to have to get all its feathers off at once, or it's going to unpluck itself. It seems like we need to... how do we actually destroy its feathers, then? I think what I need to do is actually use the jump power at that point. I don't see a way to destroy the feathers when they're actually on the board just yet. I'm seeing, of course, that I do need to get the water power available as soon as possible. So let's do that. Activate the on switch. And activate... Oh no, we actually want the treasure chest. So never mind about the on switch. We could also move the treasure chest like that. Yeah. So it's going to be a bit of a flub at the very end of the sequence here. Oh, everything disappeared. Okay. Oh no, that's just during the enemy turn. But did the board get cleared then? No. Okay. That's fine. 1,000-fold arms is not what we need. We want water. Yeah, I want to jump on him pretty aggressively, I think, and that's likely to be the actual solution. Do I have some kind of safe arrow? Okay, that's going to give me a hint card as well. Time to 1,000-fold arms carefully. If you don't finish in one go, it'll just get angry and regenerate. So I think I should just not use the 1,000-fold arms at all. Maybe it doesn't regenerate unless it's in response to the arms, so I can only use the arms as a kill move. If it's only doing that in response to the arms, then I just do standard jump moves until his HP is very low, and then I finish it off with a rush. I don't know yet if it does the feather recovery if I hit it with anything other than the 1,000-fold rush. So yeah, after this cycle, I will do standard jump attacks, and we'll do that and see if it works better. Hammer's not going to be very good here. Let's just do jumps. And I'll just try to max out the next attack cycle. I'm going to try to recover some hearts in the meantime. Yeah, okay. And let's pop the treasure chest in the meantime as well, just so we can get more water spots out on the field. And then let's try Flashy Boost just to maximize damage. Flashy Boots doesn't do much at all. Okay, we're going to need an HP replenishment turn for sure. Looks like he's still down this cycle. So yeah, as long as we don't go for the arms right away, I think we're actually fine. Okay, I want some hearts. This is fine. That's going to hit the +1 as well as the on-off switch. And our path should take us right down to the center. I think I may have estimated this accurately. Okay. That'll give me a little bit of a safety buffer. And once again, let's just maybe do standard boots. See if that does anything interesting. Standard hammer's not going to do much. So let's see if that's going to do a full replenishment when it recovers its feathers at this point. I feel like it's going to do that. But if it's not doing that in response to the 1,000-fold arms does do a full recovery, I'm afraid it probably tries. No, not yet. Okay, as you can see, it does not do a full recovery when you do not try to rush it down. It only tries to do that if you rush it down prematurely. So we can water it down right away. And that will be fine. Not really many safe arrows for me to work with, unfortunately. But let's see what we can do here. So for example, move that back, move that back. And just wash everything out once again. I think we generally have it. So yeah, the issue earlier was using the rush. It only does the full recharge in responders to the rush. So we just don't rush it down. I think we're fine. Like, you're supposed to time the finisher properly. This is going to buy me some additional time to pop some chests and hearts, perhaps. Okay. One switch there. Actually, we want the on switch. Or do we want the chest? Yeah, we want the on switch. And a chest. And then, do we have an attack available? No, okay. In that case, let's do it this way. And we have the ability to move one additional item in our path, so let's move the chest in. Oh, except it spoils the attack. Okay. Never mind then. That's fine, actually, because we'll just move that in the middle. It is going to miss the heart, but we'll try to stay alive in the meantime. And let's just try to smash him with some boots. Yeah, I like puzzle bosses like this. It's very flexible, too. It gives you lots to work with in terms of different options. I will need some kind of HP replenishment here, though. I don't want to activate water tiles just yet. I will want hearts and possibly a double action if I can. Let's see if there's some way I can activate this in the pattern I want. No, I want a heart anyway, so let's do a heart here, followed by a combat action at the very end. I would like to get the +1. In fact, if I do this ring move, it's going to give me the heart and the +1. That's ideal. And then we move the central attack like that. And I have room to maybe move one additional object where we want. So we have 2 hearts there. Yeah, we're going to grab 2 hearts. We're going to get a +1 attack. That's ideal, yeah. So that's going to bump me back up by a huge margin. And then we're going to get 2 more boots attacks on top of them. Yeah, so not much you can do with the stronger attack items, unfortunately. You just have to use the standard ones. I think you're getting his HP low enough at this point that there might be some kind of pattern change we should look out for that will eventually require us to finish with a rush, but as long as he does not do a full heal, I'm fine. So I guess the incentive to use the rush is because you get a big gold bonus from finishing the fight that way. But so long as that's not the issue, we are okay. So yeah, we have to be aware of all the incoming damage that is possible here, but if we just get a water tile down right away, then let's see, I can, hang on. We don't want that water tile exactly. Okay, I think we might actually step on some damage here, but hopefully it doesn't interrupt my progress. Yeah, we might be stepping onto that spot. But let's pop a treasure chest, perhaps. And I wonder if it will still let me do the attack if I take damage. Yes, it does. Okay, that's good. That's actually very important information. You just got a notification from my stream. I don't know if we had temporary DC or something like that. I think it looked fine on my side. It might just be Twitch acting up. That is kind of strange, because we know you are here. Okay, so we want the on switch for sure. The other thing I can do is try to take myself through as much of those central segments as possible. Hang on. We're okay on HP, I'm not too worried about that. Could, of course, slide like that just to get an additional attack. And once again, just try to boots him. If he's particularly low, we'll use the rush as the finisher. It will be a bit of a risk, of course, but possibly a risk that is worthwhile. I think at this point we are maybe within rush range. But we'll have to see if he remains vulnerable like that. Let's do it. I'm going to take that risk. We are going to risk a full replenishment on him, of course. But I feel like it'll be a very stylish finish if we can do it this way. The alternative, of course, is that this will just reset the entire fight. Just watch. It's going to reset the entire fight. We just know it's going to fail this way. Wait. Okay, that's different. And that's it. And yeah, you can see we get 500 points on a finisher, which, well, it's not incredible, but if you know what you're doing, and if you know what the counter is so you can avoid it, then everything is fine. So the issue was entirely from using the arms too early, and understanding that that was part of the boss pattern. So, thank you for the GG. The most challenging yet. So yeah, I am going to hit the next available save point, and that's going to be it. I'm not going to light up the towers and open up the dungeon yet. That's something we'll do in the next stream. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what the Fire of Elemental Tower is capable of. And yeah, we'll see that fold in its full glory. Well, your heart's on fire, as the song goes. There's kind of a nice rumble effect from this too, in this cinematic. That's something that you're not going to feel at home, of course. But you'll just have to take my word for it. Yeah, I do enjoy the designs quite a bit. They are some of the more interesting bosses we've seen in a while in this series. I feel like bosses in Paper Mario have been lacking for quite a long time. And that was one of the things with both Sticker Star and Color Splash that was a problem. Particularly Sticker Star. I think boss design was probably one of the weakest things about that game. But here we've got some pretty unique encounters that all have a decent puzzle interaction to them and also have a very memorable visual design that you get to bring back as a tool that is on your side. And so yeah, everything's been working out with this, I think. Oh, look at this valuable antique. This temple that was built however so long ago is, of course, this perfectly aligned landing point for the tram. We met the fire elemental. Okay. So yeah, we're back out here. I'm going to hop into the boot, and then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to warp back into the outside in case... actually, no, the zone change might actually have replenished the bricks on the other side anyway. The bricks that we had some trouble with earlier. So let me think about how we're going to do this. Obviously, I need to light all the towers. Let's save in town, actually. I'll go back to town. Because I've been beginning the streams with a bit of a warm-up in the Battle Lab anyway, and so it makes sense for me to save back in Toad Town instead. In the meantime, of course, the Captain Toad ship in the museum has taken on a whole new significance. And this ship over here, Super Marino. Ancient spaceship. Maybe there is some kind of crazy time loop plot that is going on, given that there is a vast scale of time that you can discern from the desert area with the way that the Shroom Palace just far predated anything else in the contemporary era. So yeah, at this point we'll adjourn. How are we doing on the map? Let's take a look at how we were doing in the yellow zone. A lot of 100% so far. Far west is where, of course, we missed that block repeatedly by destroying the platforms underneath it. Room City, we still have lots of progress to go. Most other things we've been fairly complete without even trying, so... Missing some blocks in the Fire Elemental Cave, but that's not really a surprise. So yeah, at this point, that will be the end of this segment. We are not even finished with the Yellow Streamer chapter yet, and there will be one more dungeon to go, I think, when we raise it from the sands of the desert. In the meantime, I think we will call it for now, and thank you for joining me for so much of this. I hope this was an enjoyable viewer experience, despite the occasional audio glitches. And thanks for watching. I am not going to host a raid, I think, since we're just kind of hanging around here, and we'll probably chat separately about the playtesting thing that we were talking about, but for now, this will be the end of this segment of Paper Mario the Origami King, and hopefully we'll be able to continue it and finish off this chapter soon. So, for the time being, you have a good day, and until we next meet, until I return for more. So have a good afternoon.